is up, misfits, one and all,
guys,
to tonight's late show of Skeptic and Ranting. The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast.
Oh, he
Dun,
is.
dun, dun.
He definitely is.
Ooh.
Any day now.
Any day now. Where tonight we are watching a video from the channel Lion of Judah. Such a strong name. With the title, The Antichrist is Preparing the Mark of the Beast. Just a PSA. So won't you join
Did you get
James
that memo?
W?
We'll go ahead and make
emails.
sure you get another copy of that memo.
Make sure it's not in your spam filter. Oh my god, my flesh is burning. What did you do? Check my spam filter.
Ah, you got the mark of the beast. Damn, sucks to be you.
But yes, won't you join James W. and myself, AV Newman, for a good time worth getting marked for. Oh my. Woohoo! What is up, everyone out there on the intertubes? I can't believe that finally, James, our 5G chips are coming into use. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, like it's like the phone. It says 5G, but it really isn't much faster than 4G. It's just,
I know.
they make it feel like you're getting something better.
Well, honestly, it's the same with the New World Order. You think it would be totally different from the Old World Order, but it never is.
Yeah,
But
tell me about it.
sending love out there on the inner tubes. Funny enough, I was just talking about this offhandedly from James because he was like, "Hey, do you listen to Spotify? We are going to be on Spotify soon.
There you
On
go.
a multitude on different platforms as well. We're going to be on Apple, trying to get that, but going through the different approval processes. But also, we are on the Facebook, Twitch, what's up, Twitchosphere, and YouTube
Twitter,
debate
too.
community. That's right, we are live on Twitter. What is up, Twitterosphere? Nothing bad happens on Twitter. We're happy to be there. Woo! So
I was specifically talking about Spotify because I don't know if you guys know, but Oz over at the Atheist Network group just
That's
released
right,
some songs.
baby.
I guess he has an album coming out at the end of this month, but he's got a few singles already on Spotify, and they're pretty good. So,
Indeed,
yeah.
he is not
It's,
only
good
a
stuff,
good
good
DJer, a mixer, but also a singer. Does it all, ladies and gentlemen. And we can keep on shilling for as many atheists as we want because we don't have to make takedown videos of the agnostic atheist community. Hee-hee! But also, I hope you're enjoying everything out there, whether you're eating a sandwich, whether you're painting the house. But we hope if you enjoy the show,
Building a
please
studio,
don't
Randolph.
forget to... That's right. It's fun watching him build things. It just reminds me of IKEA, which then reminds me of the IKEA from SCP, which, at that point, run! But it doesn't matter. Just live with your IKEA community. Anyway, sending love out there. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Our bodies are ready, which will gain you access to our premieres, but also our reminders to see our live shows. Like, what is up, everyone? What is up, Doorknob Head? What is up, Randolph? Woohoo! Which is reminding us that the producer is hanging out with us tonight. Gizmo, woohoo! And also Tangang, what is up? Look at the trees.
Look at them.
Because we are the atheist community. We are the only people that we have because there's no one else. You can't really wait till after. If you wait till after people die, it's a little bit too late. You gotta have to do the right thing in this life. And so, you know, I know, isn't that crazy?
I mean, you could just do whatever and just let God sort it all out at the end, right?
And they always pretend like that's nice and clean. Just like
Kill them
God,
all, let God sort them out.
Exactly. Only that God tends to be a sadistic bastard, depending on which version of God that you prescribe to. But what is up, Jason, Jacoby? And not only, before we move on from Look at the Trees also just reminds us that it is an age-old argument that you have to sometimes just look at the trees.
You do, but I mean, you know what everyone out there is really wondering? Like, what I'm wondering right now is, like, where do you sign up? Where do you go to get your Mark of the Beast? Like, do you want a good seat in hell, or do you want, like, the nosebleeds? You want to be one of those first people to get your Mark of the Beast. Where and when? Hopefully, we'll get some information about that tonight so that we can all go down to the Antichrist and ask for our Mark.
I feel like there's also a great debate within hell, just like within the movie theater going community. And that is, do you want to be on the top layer of hell? Do you want to be on the bottom layer of hell? I mean, there's so many advantages and disadvantages.
If you are one of the first ones, you have your pick of the litter. You can be where you want to be. Hell your way. But I mean, if you're one of these procrastinators, if you're one of these people who wait till the last minute, then you might end up next to somebody like Bruno Mars for all of eternity, or Ellen DeGeneres even. You know, she can be mean to you and be rude to you as you're being roasted alone. Yeah.
Oh God, I don't want this interview. No. We love all comedians. The problem with Ellen and just sending love is you just can't be all comedians, in my opinion, and this is just my asterisk, is you have that little kind of darkness to you, and that little bit, I hate to say edginess, because now that is used as like a derogatory, like, oh, you're so edgy.
Political incorrectness.
But yes, but you gotta let that out in you.
Ability to say things that might make some people uncomfortable.
Exactly, and that's what happens when you are I feel like that is what happens of 10 years of just daytime television. It's just 10 years of smile, everything's happy. But yes, look at the trees, ladies and gentlemen. The throne, the Iron Throne, because Game of Thrones has been... The spinoff, by the way, has been fantastic. My opinion, and this will be a spoiler-free, is that not only are they following the books, there is a narrative already. The books, because it takes a Song of Ice and Fire. But also George R. Martin was also allowed more access to work with the show and the script writing process, because they're like, we're not going to let the end of what happened before a season that will not be named happen. And so, yes, go check it out, ladies and gentlemen. It's good.
Or don't
if you're not into that. Hey,
but most of them probably are.
We are in what I like to call the Great Streaming Wars, and so
are we?
Yes. It used to be so simple that Blockbuster reigned supreme, and there was this small little vestige of a Netflix that was just mailing DVDs to people. And you know what? The community of people wearing sweatpants were like, we're okay with this. And slowly but surely, my favorite word, the transition happened. And they became the earliest. I don't know if they were the first, but they were definitely the most popular first, and they just hit it off. Netflix, and we are now within the great streaming wars, ladies and gentlemen, where even Rotten Tomatoes will show on their page what is hot in streaming and then what is hot in the movie theaters.
And think about it, like Blockbuster could have gotten all over that streaming thing, but they were just drunk making so much money off these stupid late fees that why would we switch to a model that doesn't have late fees? We make all this money just because Bob left the tape on his VCR for 3 or 4 days, and now he owes us another $25. I mean, why would we want to walk away from that? Well, after Bob's wife kept nagging him about not returning the stupid tapes and getting charged for it, he says,
can you just take it? It's not even far away. Oh, God.
No, I didn't rewind it. They're going to charge me $1 a rewind fee.
Oh, there was something. I hate to say, because special isn't the right word. It was just, there was something fun about going into a Blockbuster and picking out a movie as you walk down the aisles. However, I was speaking of which, and I'm going to do a video. I dragged, we'll say, my partner and a sissy to the Avatar showing in live screening, and it was fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I think they did a remastered version of it.
Hi, Perry. So good to see you.
Aha, what is up, Perry? What's a VHS?
Ask
what
Ken
is that
Hovind
materialist?
He's probably still peddling them on his website.
I just like to, like I was telling
I don't think she can handle the whole thing, Perry. That
in my what? In my where? No, I'm just kidding.
She's a size queen and all, but that might be a little much for her.
Ken Hovind promises me 15 feet. What's up, Big Screen Bird? In fact, we were about to be going into the Antichrist is preparing for the mark of the beast. I do want to send shout out to Randolph.
You can sign up to get it.
Right. While we're sinning no more, maybe. Which we don't sin to begin with. That's the great thing when God doesn't exist. Yeah. But Randolph, sending love, had a stream on today with the fantastic Taco, where we tried to get convinced that a God was real. I don't think any of us became convinced.
Or goddess.
However, or a goddess.
I have to be Randolph.
Well, I love that. There's two things I could take away from Randolph. 3 things I could take away from Randolph. It is a fortnight. It is a goddess, and that we should be sending love more. I say it anyway, but he reminds me that we're saying it.
Definitely is a fan of that sort of thing.
I'm a fan of it. I should upload the emote. I have a something love.
Yeah, we have a couple. I think we have a couple more that we.
Yeah, we should upload in there.
1 or 2 more.
Lots more coming, ladies and gentlemen. Also, that's what he or she said, and also what this guy says. Multiple of these guys, because this is a composite apparently. After watching this, and so sending love before we also get into our supporters and our housekeeping, which this is a part of. Like we said, Randolph and the Preacher, God equals the square root of -1, Big Screen Bird, Materialist Dan, Jason Jacoby, Sigma, Doorknob Head, and be careful, James, just getting a little bit of rubbing or feedback. You
getting some feedback bouncing off the microphone?
Oh, my. But also Maria on.
I hate to be clattering on my keyboard like during a debate that might bring the whole debate to a standstill.
And see, can I tell you what that was? And I would never argue like in the thing. So thank you. I actually saw you something because Zoom was muted the entire time. It wasn't that Zoom was muted. It's that OBS is the main recorder. And so if your Zoom is muted, OBS is still going to record you typing. So I had to be double muted, or at least had to be physically muted.
So it wouldn't go to the other debaters couldn't hear you. But
no, not only that, but he had nothing to bitch about. Do you know who couldn't hear me the entire time typing? Is fucking Iron. Iron could not hear me typing because I was muted.
It was the people in the chat. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, yeah, the actual, yes.
On Zoom, you were muted, so they couldn't hear you.
Exactly.
Well, he didn't even list any complaints of anything that he thought you did wrong. Just he doesn't like you as a moderator because, well, something's wrong with they or them. Because that's how he's going.
I did see that. He continued his... Though he's, I hate to say that he is a coward, but he has been way nicer to me in person. Just like I'm nice to him, will continue to be nice to him. But he doesn't do that stuff to me in person. He doesn't misgender me, or at least he doesn't seem to do that type of being an asshole things. But he is a keyboard warrior. And Iron, if you think I'm different, maybe you could join a stream and always feel free to tell me otherwise.
Well, I mean, you remember those chats they had when Darth Dawkins and Otangelo were talking about you, and Otangelo would always refer to you with feminine pronouns, she this, she that, and that really ticked Darth off. Like, why are you referring to that as a she? And Darth got pissed about it, and Otangelo was like, "What?" I mean, he doesn't want to contradict the great Darth, but at the same time, his natural inclination was not to quabble about gender. He's more interested in like the theology than making sure to take digs at the gender issue. But
I also just want to comment to those that this is a decent chunked video, not our longest, like James pointed out, but it's a decent video. And of the composite, I feel like the last speaker is what most apologists or presuppositionalists think they sound like in their head. The sexiest of the voices, the silkiest, the one who would actually be James Earl Jones. They saved for last.
Like if they could get a Morgan Freeman clip. And,
yes, kind of like
he always sounds so a really good voiceover.
When they're truly ready to end the world and the clip, they bring in their sexiest. They bring in the daddy card. But also, what is up, Shane Bilowitz? I am also 37. Yo, I am 30. The funny thing, and I swear to you, it's terrible because I have many, I believe, traits that are valuable to society and that make me an interesting human being. Nonetheless, I forgot how old I was for like an entire year. I was fairly sure I was 33, or I was 34 when I was 33, or vice versa. One of those. I either gave... Oh, ladies and gentlemen. I always joke, though, 30 is just old enough to know that you're young, because I don't... you always, no matter what age you are, you're always in the present. However... the other joke is after 30, you also get a random debuff. And so everybody has it. And yes, it totally sounds like Vader towards the end. I can't help it. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I actually think that this is what they would want the entire video to sound like if they could. This is what they would want them to sound like. This is how Darth Dawkins pictures himself instead of sounding like a guy that is this close to doing your taxes. But while we're speaking of which, we are sending love out there. This housekeeping is sponsored by all of our lovely supporters who send in super chats. All of the ones, and we just did an AMA that was just sponsored by our supporters with tons of fun super chats, but also our channel members with our evolving badge system. Doesn't matter what tier you are. Even if you're the lowest tier, slowly but surely, your badges are going to evolve. They're going to accumulate. It's almost... Oh, no! James! Satin took him. It could have been Satan, but Satin's 50% softer, and so I've always had a preference. But what's up, computer? How are you doing? Sending love. We are going to continue the housekeeping as James. He's back from selling timeshares in hell. Welcome back, James. We're sending love first and foremost. Also, not only to our channel members. Sir.
Feedback.
But we are sending love also to our Patreons. The best way to support us, you can become a member of by going to patreon.com/Amy Newman, including our supporters like Oz from the Atheist Network Group, #TangGangYo.
Check him out on Spotify. He's got two singles up there already.
So check out Oz's... like James was saying, he is on Spotify. Interestingly enough, I'll keep on saying you can't just put stuff on Spotify. You get a third-party program, but it doesn't seem too hard. It just seems like you got to get an app or something else, and which probably keeps it much cleaner. Apple is kind of the same way. Apple, you need to prove that you are not a virus, among other things. And, I'm much more white hat than gray hat than I used to be in my olden days, so I'm happy to abide by that. So that's why the TOS loves us so much. Thank you, TOS God's own way. This PSA sponsored by Don't BitTorrent Things, kids.
Or at least use the VPN.
Yeah, that's right. What's funny is you can sell the VPN and you can just wink. VPN, and like all the people that try to sell a VPN out there are like, it's for your security. Yeah, to do what? There is nothing that happens with the VPN. Room and
every pop-up you get on your phone is a VPN thing.
Look, I'm not saying that everything that illegal is bad. Oh, and then they took him. Oh my God, NASA. No, Soros. What? I'm not saying that everything bad that is illegal, but I am saying that anything used with a VPN is illegal. Like anything afterwards. VPNs aren't illegal. I'm just saying no one uses to do anything.
Sir, I'm sorry, is you having a feedback?
Sir. And look, I used to BitTorrent the shit out of everything. Like in between the Blockbuster and the streaming wars that we were just talking about. Oh my goddess. Like the absolute gigabytes of just like movies, games, TV shows. That was the thing to do. Fantastic. I would say porn, but I really didn't. That you can get much easier. Why would you even BitTorrent that? Ladies and gentlemen, don't sell your costume. Yeah, I mean, there's good uses for VPNs. Oh, I hope if we ever do get sponsors one day, like I said, just like our supporters, I hope we Bill Burr the shit out of it. Also, that's James's. It's been. Oh, look, and we've been so naughty. It's already 25 minutes. I actually hit the timer.
It happens.
But also, sending love
we haven't been
to
on
Ian.
like 4 days.
Exactly.
Thanks,
so
Ian.
much housekeeping. Sending love to Oz at youtube.com/The Atheist Network group. Like Oz and Jena and Biddy Buddha, Shane the Skeptic, J Mike.
Absolutely.
All many are LGBTQ also on their crowd, which I love, just to trigger the fundies like Student Dr. Ben, Uncle Beck, myself, and and also sending love to Ian Davenport. I see Ian on all sorts of the debate community. Sending love because he's
all
out
over.
there on MDD.
Always
See him
on
out there on the
MDD,
Facebook. I was posting some memes all up. I've been thinking about making a Gilbert emoji. It just says memes. Any thoughts? Internetosphere, tell me. I think that's kind of fun. I think that'd be kind of funny.
It's coming.
It's coming. They say the word coming so much on this video tonight that I cannot help myself. Like, I don't know how they can help themselves. I hope they get permission from their mistress or master. But sending love to Ian Davenport. Sending love to a grumpy old Cuss.
Grumpy.
Who, when we hear these fundy arguments, and I love this video because this guy hedges his bets. Like throughout the entire video, it's basically you have been hearing that it is going to be a computer chip, and maybe it might. You have been hearing that it might be a virus. Maybe it might. You have been hearing that the Antichrist might be someone you know. And maybe it might. It's like, okay, we get it. You can say maybe. Okay.
Well, this is the thing. They talk a lot, but they say so little.
Talk a lot.
Talk a lot.
I know it came from the Takamata tribe. I know.
Your New York speech.
Listen, can I just tell you that I wish, and it's not even. It could be a Jewish thing, but it's not, because first of all, both my parents have comedic shticks. I could say in my family we call it Louisisms because that's my grandfather and he had shticks. But my dad makes jokes, but even my mom makes jokes. And so it's just inescapable. You can't get away from you can't exactly. Also, and a joke that my parents will continue. The more you try and escape from the parents, the more you become them. Oh, God. They have a sale. It comes in bulk and it's on sale. I just couldn't help myself. I don't even know. If we had a coupon, I would have could convince myself. Oh, I know. Exactly. It was BOGO. How can you give up BOGO? Sending love, and people have been tagging also. Sending love out there. Some people have been tagging. Randolph says, computer man, Amy Newman is the truth. Oh, what's up? She's got that's right, baby. This right here is the atomically correct artificial heart. Dun 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 dun.
Wow.
However,
do some open heart surgery.
there's a difference. You see, this heart is actually more like a watch. And then my heart actually has to pump blood. That is the difference. I can put this heart. See, if I was putting someone's heart in like the bucket under me, we would be calling the cops right now. That is the difference. The subtle difference. Do.
Love it.
That's right. No. I was almost going to just snap my fingers, but I'll read it, baby, because I gotta get those puns in. It's like my steps. Amy Newman never misses a beat with or without the heart-shaped pillow. Hashtag puns. I also wanted to do hashtag loving God because like they don't say it often enough in this, but they did sneak it in at least once, and it's like in between the the apocalypse and the oncoming hell on earth that will suck you into the actual hell, you know.
Like, nice of God to give us this warning about all this stuff, yet they can't actually tell you very much at all about it. But supposedly, thank you, God, for sending a warning. By the way, who's the Antichrist? Don't know. When is he going to come? Don't know. What's the mark of the beast? Don't know. But if you get it, you're going to hell
going
anyway.
like this forever. Do you need more? Do we need cream? Do I not do it for you?
So if God did send a warning, he is the most ineffective communicator, like ever. He sent his Messiah, his grand plan, and his own people that they picked out. 99% of them didn't even get the memo that guy is the Messiah. Been waiting for all this time. I mean, so in terms of communication, he is. I mean, hell, he makes his scripture, and all his people do all the time is fight about what he actually means in there. They can't agree on anything almost that he says. Every verse has alternate interpretations, alternate meanings.
Though they actually have a way of solving interpretations. It's very subtle. But see if any of you can notice the academic apologetic that we often get. Do you see? Yeah.
If you kill everybody who disagrees with you, then everybody will agree with you.
Exactly. If you can just shove your sword of kindness into people, they start to convert real quickly. What is up, Carol?
Do they ever?
That's right. Don't smoke the round tip. However, Islam for me is happiness. Send in love, computer. I will say, as much as we like submission in that we don't kink shame anyone, in fact, we even kind of promote it if that's what you're into. But we just don't like submitting to an all-powerful being, creator of the universe type of thing. However, if they existed, we want to know about it, like 100%.
I mean, can you imagine, like, the Quran? It really hits on like the most important things in life. It really has its finger on the pulse of reality. Like nobody else other than the Quran basically talks about one of the foremost problems facing the world today, and that is the consumption of pork, which is a direct threat to civilization as we know it. Pork consumption has been going up. Did you know that? Yeah.
Oh my.
It's
well, if I asked my mom
the world
why
is going to hell.
If I asked my mom as a Jew, why does she eat bacon? She'll go, I mean, it's bacon. It's like, okay. I like that apologetic, however.
But almost as bad as that, shellfish consumption also up. Also a threat to civilization.
We celebrated my nephew's birthday at Red Lobster. And I had a bacon hamburger there. Well,
and I mean, you can go and you can buy stuff like this in the store. This is alcohol. That's alcohol. And
also, can I say, what is up, Ralph? And let me say, BDSM is all the fun without any of the 24/7, 365. But hey, we promote whatever you're into, as long as you don't force it onto others. Welcome, X Music. Welcome, everybody. We're gonna keep on going down as we talk about the subject and do our housekeeping until we get to the opposing view. Oh my, keep on. But also sending love to Diana Smith, reminding us that 51% of the sex is not really treated well.
Upside down guy.
What came first, the chicken?
Amy Newman can actually give you a good answer for that.
Exactly. The answer is the egg, because an egg is a mechanism. We know that eggs were probably how dinosaurs, the non-avian dinosaurs, gave birth to their young, and thus we know that eggs came before chickens. But I know it's a joke. I know it's like a welcome. So welcome, upside down guy. I know we don't mean to be that person that takes the joke seriously, though sometimes we get people who ask that or make that statement seriously. So. Well, welcome and praise Jesus. That's right. But keep on tagging us. In fact, tagging at James W, at Amy Newman. If you agree, disagree, either way, I always try to say there's no middle ground. Yet somehow there are people that always. Well, sometimes there are three options, but like I always. My goddess, I'm not gonna name names though. Well, I got someone who got really triggered they get self-triggered by this person, though I don't seem to come across this person at all in my inner circle of whatever. But agnostic, Gnostic, theist, atheist, agnostic, atheist. It's like peanut butter chocolate. I don't know. Sometimes that's hard for... though, if you disagree there, feel free to tag us. But also sending love. That's right. To Pat Lowinger. Woo! What is up, the fantastic Pat Lowinger, who reminds us that creationists kind of don't want to do this thing called research. It's the subtle things in life, but if they could just go out into the field.
Speaking of that, I saw this video yesterday from MC Toon. I don't know if you're familiar. He's like he does stuff with the flat Earth mostly, I think. But he's got like a challenge out for flat Earthers to prove their claims about like the flights in the southern hemisphere. But they have to put $10,000 on the line. But if they win $10,000, he'll close his account. He said forever. It's on a contract. If they win the bet, but if they lose, they don't have to close their account. They just have to lose the $10,000. But we all know that none of them will sign up for that. We all know none of them are going to risk any of their own money on it. This is for them to make money, not risk money. And the last thing they would ever want to do would be do something that would disprove their claim. Even though I think we all know that they would just come up with a really crazy explanation anyway.
Well, the problem is none of them can put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah. Gas pressure without a container. We heard you, Nathan.
I know. Well, it always goes
Spoilers.
like this. They go, hey, da. I hear the Randolph within you is being strong tonight. You're very punny.
He's rubbing off.
But it always goes like this. In fact, keep on tagging us though with more puns, Randolph. Gravity doesn't exist, and how can all of the gas pressure possibly exist on the Earth without a container?
Actually, Norfolk, the PBUH actually means penis be upon her. Specifically when referencing to Amy, but maybe Muhammad too.
I always find phrases like that so silly. Like, I would never roast
obligatory
in real life, because I'm realizing that I'm starting to what is his name? To the Jeff Ross rule of roasting is I don't roast anyone who doesn't agree to step into the roaster's den or the debate den or whatever you'd like to call it, as a friendly Muslim would call it, the den of kittens.
Kind of handed him. He is always out there, and he's always nice to everybody. That's kind of just his brand. I've never heard him really raise his voice or get upset at anybody.
Well,
Very even
I
keeled.
think that he has a different objective than maybe he would say that ultimately his objective is Dawa, but I would say he's trying to get there by just trying to be a decent person. And so I get tired of the deistic arguments, though at the same time I say get tired of them, I also am wholly addicted to listening and debunking them. So it's like a guilty pleasure. Indeed. I'm sorry to break it to you, but gravity is a total downer. Hashtag puns. You think you're so punny, Randolph. You just think you're so... woohoo! What's up, James Wolfe? Boom, boom.
Howling at the damn moon.
That's right. Oh, woo. Well, I just think that it's funny that they think that people across the world do not are shills for NASA. Everyone's a shill. Also, specifically for the American government, which would be like not even. Yes, of course.
What was it? Witsit was like, oh, almost none of them know. Almost none of them know, but the number of people who would have to know would definitely be enough that you would expect there to be people coming. It's not like 5 people in the whole world could know and everybody else is just duped. You would need a considerable number of people. You would need people to be making the CGI fake photos that we crank out every day, these fake photos of the Earth. So there would be all sorts of people would have to know.
Does gravity?
You know, you've got people who work at all these space agencies around the world. They would have to know.
That's a good question. You see, gravity is pulling in all directions towards the planet. That is why gravity covers the sphere. That is why the gases within our planet, the fancy term for that is atmosphere. It's mostly nitrogen. And then the only reason that
Gizmo's a geek.
Which is what Gizmo is an absolute geek. And it's nitrogen is a he. Yes, both of those things. But it was what bacteria mostly react with. The only reason that there has become so much oxygen within our atmosphere is because there would be what I would call the plant revolution, the photosynthesis revolution, whatever you want to call it, is that early on during macroscopic life, but before fungus and animals, the photosynthetic plants took over the Earth, and we just correspond the Earth with being green now. We're like green, but it actually wasn't always, and so that's why. And air. I was about to say air is
Ether.
Actually ether. I use that in Magic the Gathering, I think. No, but air is actually a rusting element, and so it burns. It's an oxidizing, and so we are the naturally selected organisms that could survive a oxidizing extinction that went off after the photosynthetic organisms won on the terrestrial land. And so fish don't have to deal with this. Nothing in the sea did.
Yeah,
however, everything on land, you work with air or you get the out of there.
Is the moon part in the atmosphere? I guess that depends on how. Like they used to say no, but they've modified the definition of the atmosphere over the years. So it's how you define the term. Like, are there a few gas molecules at that range that are gravitationally attracted to the Earth? Yes. Is that part of the atmosphere? Maybe. I think it depends who you ask.
And I would separate it from. I would agree with what James said because our atmosphere is a gradient, and so there really is no line.
Very gravity.
However, I would separate out
exactly where it's
that it's not that I would say we have our own atmosphere, and then the moon is stuck in our gravitational orbit. It's stuck in a gravitational orbit around the Earth, and the Earth is stuck in a gravitational orbit around the sun. It is like you just need to look at it as a nested hierarchy.
Well, it's like, yeah, our oceans are gravitationally bound to the Earth, but the moon still pulls on them, creating tides, and that
yes
is
100%.
It is gravitationally affecting the water on Earth, even though the Earth is much closer and much bigger, so it has much more of an attraction, which is why the moon just doesn't pull the water off the surface of the Earth to it. It has enough to just lift it a little bit, but it's enough for us to notice. Again, this all works on a globe model perfectly. How's that work on the flat Earth model?
Well, you gotta understand. Have you heard about a dome?
No, like the tides. How does that work with the seasons and with the day and night cycle?
Well, about that, we're going to go to a commercial break. In fact, any of the logistics about a flat Earth model, any of the logistics about a young Earth creationist model seem to just fall flat.
Baka noise, yeah. Well, what did they used to say? Once in a while, Flurf would come up with a model like, okay, here's a model that explains tides. Okay, but where's the model that explains night and day? Oh, well, that's here. Okay, the two don't match, and both phenomena are happening at the same time, so you can't have two separate models that don't match. That's what they can't do because it all works the globe, it all works fine, because that's just reality. But they
Can I also? This is just a rant. And Randolph, tell me that you share this like sink in your heart. Like there is still a common misconception about what a theory is. We got that twice today in the stream, which breaks my heart. Once again, keep on checking out that Randolph Richardson's channel. Want to get him monetized, as well as on T-Jump and JL Warrens and everyone out there. But no, we just get a consistent people opening with, for whatever reason, evolution is never the topic, but it normally goes, evolution is just a theory, therefore God. And it is just like heartbreaking. Like, why? Was it public education that failed you? private education? Was it your parents? Where did it go wrong? Oh my goddess. And multiple countries. Like, I wish I could just blame America, and I do. I will blame America for a lot, but it's worldwide. It is like a but we have exported our Puritan craziness, unfortunately. And so Randolph says, it's sad because it means there are many people who need a better education. Exactly. The linchpin of it all. Like, and what is... Like, ladies and gentlemen, my mama would hate it when if I use the word hate, but I severely dislike it when people use the word Dunning-Kruger, because I think it's severely overused. I think that it is a buzzword for the most part. It's an ad hominem. But, like, what else can we say when people come in so confidently and yet so uneducated? What else are we supposed to call it?
Yeah, I mean, like these flirts, a lot of them just they watched a few videos, maybe they read up a few Wikipedia articles, maybe they looked at a couple of flat Earth sites, and then they think they're an expert. It's we got the same thing from these people.
Well, I wish they would read Wikipedia. They will tell you that Wikipedia is the conspiracy of the Jews.
Wikipedia.
And what you really need to understand is www.freeyourself.blogspot.com. That is where you got to get your information from, James. That's where you got to get it from, Randolph.
We saw this phenomenon very clearly with the September 11th conspiracy theory about that event, and just the blatant misuse of physics and reality bending links that these people went to try to make it look like a conspiracy when there really is just nothing there. You had lots of people who watched these stupid documentaries that just soaked all this up, and they think the U.S. government attacked itself. So
yes, well,
that Dick Cheney could make more money, which
where,
not that he's a great person,
they wouldn't have been able
to do it.
Is that just because a government ends up doing bad things does not mean other people who are doing bad things and willingly telling you is not the truth. In my opinion, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is where it happened. There was, and once again, I'm putting giant asterisks on what I'm about to say because this isn't my field of expertise. This is my Wikipedia. There was an Iraq War I, and there was a Bush one, and then what happened was a very educated Muslim who didn't have a lot of meaning in his life found meaning. He had a lot of money, but he found money in religion, and he got radicalized. And from that, they looked up to him, to his Western education, and he was then able to look back and use them and use religion to create a plan in a system, because back then we did not think of terrorism as that. It completely changed our view of terror. It was
something that happened overseas primarily.
Yeah, you think it's
usually military targets more than.
And I was gonna say a lot of other, but there's a lot of other examples, and then it kind of changed our minds, and then it changed and flipped our entire plane security apparatus. And what they did from that is they then were like, this is a good opportunity. and let's go use that. That seems to be, because I don't think that Iraq had anything to do.
I think it's a lot more complicated than that.
Sure. Well, let me tell you, I don't think that they knew that that they were going to happen. I don't think that they were going to orchestrate it, and I think it's the greatest reason of anti-theism because it seems to be Sunni Muslims. It seems to be a fundamentalist mindset. It seems to be a bunch of gentlemen.
The jihad.
Yes, a bunch of jihadists who wanted to send a message. They wanted to strike terror. And I really think if we let them off the hook for that, it misses the giant... I don't know. It's one of my greatest things is, or not, I definitely didn't.
So you had
but science will create planes and religion will fly it into buildings. Now, that being said, I love all of my Muslim, Christian, and Jewish brothers and sisters. Having said all of that. But yes, continue.
Well, you had in the early 90s, it sounded like Saddam made us aware he was going to invade Kuwait. Nobody really cared. But Saddam was a brutal dictator, but he was more secular. And that really perturbed the Wahhabists in Saudi Arabia. Not that he was a great guy and treated everybody with kindness, but he wasn't a religious zealot.
He reminds me a lot of the Syrian guy.
Bashar al-Assad. They're very similar.
They're very similar mindset.
Similar.
Also, I cannot help myself. I will forever have Saddam in my head as like the picture from South Park. Like in my head, Saddam Hussein talks like this. Oh, that's not even it. Hold on. Come on, Gad. It's just me and you, baby. We can do it. It'll be great. That is Saddam's voice. I know you think that.
Do they have a Baghdad Bob?
Oh, Saddam Hussein, he like has this, for whatever reason, Canadians have like their heads open, and Saddam Hussein not only does his head open, but it is a picture of Saddam Hussein. It's like the rare picture in South Park where it is like an actual picture of Saddam.
It's a real photo.
Keep on talking for a second, just because it is amazing. I love Matt and Trey, and it's the only way I can think of Saddam Hussein.
So Saddam invaded Kuwait. Eventually, we sent a bunch of our troops over to Saudi Arabia, and that was basically what I think triggered bin Laden. Saudi Arabia is their holy land. All of a sudden, you've got tens of thousands of young U.S. soldiers drinking alcohol, eating pork, desecrating the Holy Land, having sex with local women, just doing all sorts of evil, perverted things that their religion doesn't approve of. And I think that was what really triggered him initially, plus the fact that we had our long history of supporting Israel in some of the conflicts over there, for better or for worse. And it
just gonna also
teed him off. Go ahead.
Show this. This is only how I can view Saddam Hussein.
Just put the boxes by the.
Oh.
Saddam.
Did you miss me, Buttercup?
No, it can't be. You're dead. I killed you.
Yeah, you killed me. So, where was I gonna go? Detroit?
In full military regalia.
God, no.
A place of everlasting agony and pain. Hell awaits us.
And so, saying as a boyfriend, and so in this episode, there's kind of a competition, as you would between his boyfriend and Saddam.
Look, I know our relationship wasn't perfect, okay? I know that. I was too busy trying to take over the world to give you what you needed. But I changed, Satan.
Oh, I haven't heard that before.
I think that's enough. But that is only how I can view Saddam.
That's the only way how you view it. Hey, it's South Park is a cultural institution. shaping the minds of the youth for better or for worse. It's just the way it is.
Much better than religion.
And as big of a mistake as the Iraq War was, obviously, he didn't have the weapons. It was
come
nearly
on, Chris is gonna
unanimous
find
consensus
out. Come on, Satan.
among intelligence agencies all over the world that all thought that they were all wrong. They were all wrong. They all thought he did. So the idea to think that we should just that we would have said, oh well, they're all saying this, I guess they're all wrong, let's just leave them alone. I mean, it's kind of, it would have been the right thing to do, but I mean, is that really going to happen? I don't know.
Oh, like I said, I think it was a lot of Game of Thronesing going on there, but I guess my key would be, just because bad things and complicated things go on doesn't mean that at the linchpin, religion was not the main reason for why 9/11 happened. And we'll and once again, you should not be prejudiced towards your if you have a Muslim dude selling you fried chicken, please just ask for ketchup and fucking napkins. Please do not be a dickhole to them. Like, be
I
a
don't
good
think
person.
anybody in our audience would do that.
Yes. Well, no, but I do want to keep on putting that asterisk, because we do have to keep on walking that tightrope, because it's like why I want to continue pointing out. Someone was talking about earlier, a comment I don't think I highlighted, but I wanted to, which was Yahweh is such a dick. Like, yeah, there's a reason that I am an ex-Jew. And I am, like, still the only ex-Jew I have ever met. I know there are others out there. However, we're going to build a community of exes. I stand proud with other ex-Christians and other ex-Muslims in trying to just take down our former religions. Not because I'm anti-Semitic. In fact, I think the anti-Semites are degenerates. I love my parents. They are amazing human beings. I think Yahweh is a dick. I also think Yahweh is an analogy for Voldemort. He's not real. So there's no hate in my heart. I don't actually hate Yahweh. When you when you leave the movie theater, you don't actually hate the evil characters. Hopefully. Like, hopefully you don't go home and be like, holy shit, what do we do to kill Voldemort? I mean, we have to think of three things: taxes, immigration, and how do we stop Voldemort? Hopefully that is not the mindset that you go home from these movies, and that shouldn't be the mindset we go when we stop reading a holy text, because they're not holy. They're just text. Hashtag burning book. You should be able to burn books, because that is actually the freedom given to us. That's the true freedom that people died for. However, I don't think you should burn books. I have a deep respect for books. I've never burnt one. I've had many a Bible in my days, as James would know, even maybe a collection. But
I still have several laying around here.
And yeah, and I have not only the King James. I feel like I do have, and not just the Skeptics Annotated, but I have some kind of New International Version. But there are many different types, and so I wouldn't burn it. However, it's the people who will tell you and will even go knocking door to door with guns to tell you what you can't read that we need to be afraid of.
Like, it's always it's a tough question. Like, a book like Mein Kampf obviously could inspire people to adopt radical beliefs that end up hurting a lot of people, but I don't think we should burn it, because I think that we can learn from it, that when we look at stuff like that, when we read it, we can see where this person where they went wrong, what logical fallacies they were using, how they were both being manipulated themselves and manipulating other
Not
people.
to mention, when you hide things like that, it only gives it the allure of what are people hiding? What truth are they trying to hide from us?
Right.
When
So-
really it was just a guy being an asshole and
No, you can read it.
scapegoating a group of people.
I mean,
Oh no!
obviously, at the end of the day, his plan failed. It was a catastrophic failure. So he obviously had a few major malfunctions because whatever he was doing, it didn't work out for him, and it cost millions of people their lives in the process. So,
first of all, we shouldn't get rid of that book because you can quote it to show that he says that he's doing the Lord's work. And so, although he may not have been a Christian, he may have been a secret pagan, which is still a theist. That's not an atheist.
He probably like had a blending of the two. Like,
sure.
Like he was probably a Christian, but engaged in some myth.
It is exactly. They seem to do this sort of Christian nationalism and Norse paganism, and they seem to blend them together. It was hot on the National Socialist circles that I used to fight against online. But also, I just want to send love. First of all, I think this always comes as a surprise to people. I don't know why. We're often maybe it's because we're non-political. But one of us, I'll let you figure out who, voted for Trump twice. And so I don't think they would want to burn their books. However, I would not, first of all, in a roasting manner, I would not want to burn that book because it was ghostwritten. And so I find that funny.
Right. I mean,
and so why would I want to burn?
It wasn't written by him. But...
Exactly. And to be fair, he did what all Americans, he did what everyone I think wants to kind of do is he dictated. He talked out loud and a dude just
wrote down what sounded important.
It's his vibe. However, I'm writing my own. That's right. Well, exactly. But I wouldn't. Damn it! But that person, none of us here would burn that book. I would not burn that book. No, absolutely not. Why? There is like super way horrible book. Can I tell you the dirty little secret? And I kind of gave it away already. The things I dislike about this person, what kills me on the inside is I think that people don't like him for the right reasons. Like, I think that people dislike this person, but it's for the wrong reasons. The reason why I don't think this person should have been president is they're too similar to myself. They have traits that the traits in myself that I see that I want to work on. They also have, and that's why. Just a complete. Okay, we're moving forward.
But he embraced it. He embraced it. He
but what kills me on the inside, he does and he doesn't. It's like a mixed bag. Because in one thing I can understand where he's very politically incorrect. In other ways, I think he is very politically correct. Because it kills me that that rural people buy in what's in my case his shtick. But it doesn't matter. We're going off topic because politics, ladies and gentlemen. Because we wouldn't burn books. We shouldn't burn books unless you want to. You should have every freedom. People should not go on your doors.
Not that I've ever done or would plan to do.
Exactly, and nothing that I think James and I would ever vote for or support.
No.
Look, and I'll say, as long as it's consenting, I don't care who you're grabbing by whatever genitals, as long as they're consenting. But we are moving forward because it's been, oh my God, we can't help it. But
Yeah,
Jay, you were
that's a can of
saying,
worms. That's a can of worms.
but we've also been going down for, we couldn't help ourselves. You said 4
Yeah.
days. We've had so much. We've had.
Well, computer, he's got a funny way of showing it, doesn't he?
I can't even see.
If he loves the world, I would hate to see what he hates.
God's loving the world. Oh my, yeah. God the Judger. But also, oh my gosh, I completely lost. So was Pat, I think.
I think you did Pat. We did
Dale. Sending
no,
love
we
to
still have to
Dale.
do Dale.
Sending love to Dale Pastel, reminding us
Dale.
we're looking for empirical evidence. We'll read every comment that basically creationists say. Not all of them. We want you to feel comfy and not feel like everything you say is going to be shown on screen. But the spicy stuff, we can't help it. We want it. We want it, baby. Our bodies are ready. And we're looking for empirical evidence, which we don't get. But Dave Gar also sending love as it's around Earth, a very thick round Earth. And we know this. Cat X Music says cats are the universe. I would say we know the universe is not flat because cats would have knocked something off by then. But also sending love to Scott Duke, reminding us that animals are conscious. Holy shit, I can't believe that we have to be the ones to remind. I have to actually be, it's my mantra to remind them that animals are actually the only organisms we know are conscious. It's weird to frame it that way. It's weird to hear it that way. But it is. It's a function of being an animal.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. I don't think that's very controversial in the biological world. It just happens to be in the theological world. But sending love also to Regos, reminding us we have a Skeptic Bible study, which is probably next on the docket. We are in Deuteronomy. We've been having fun going through the Bible slowly but surely. But it's been a lot of fun. I'm having an interesting time crawling. Yeah, we do about 2 chapters each. You get 2 scoops. But sending love, Regos, and sending love to the lovely and fabulous and amazing sir. Can I tell you that in the future, I would like to just do very specific comedy content, expand on our comedy content and our shows. I listen to things like Impractical Jokers, if anyone listens to that, and things, but the hybrid between Jackass and Impractical Jokers is what I used to do growing up. My friends and myself, we were, I think the technical term was knuckleheads. And I could feel the goober just leaking out of me. I'm so sorry, audience. A little bit sorry. And so I would love to do stuff like that. I love just prank phone call, like you think, but even more specifically targeted. I like scam baiters. And let me tell you, I have adjacently, oh my goddess. You know, I would have to say, it's very interesting. I want to ask Mark out there. I know that Mark, first of all, I saw that AJ and Mark were doing a fantastic stream that I was kind of lurking and chatting and having fun. They were doing some theology, going after a Hobbit, and then it was having fun. Leophilius and them were going back and forth with capitalism and either socialism or communism. Trying to think. I had a method to my madness of what I was just saying.
Who's back?
Who's back? Oh, Jesus. Godwin's Law is in chat. They call us edgy. Call us edgy. And then they do that. Oh, have a nice night, James. James Wolfe. Woohoo! Sending so much love. Mwah. Like, if you're triggered by the fact that an absolute degenerate, it's not our fault that he killed a bunch of people that scapegoated. And what I love is that these degenerates are like, you bring it up all the time. We're like, what?
Have we brought it up today? I mean,
did you bring up and they have
we haven't
phrases.
talked about we haven't really been.
Have you brought up another Showa? Has Mossad taken the stream down? Has Soros shut it down? No, they have not. However, these people that like believe in this, they believe in every conspiracy. Like, it's never just this one. It is always, and it's, I forget which comedian said it first, but it's all, the phraseology always goes that the Holocaust did not happen, and I wish it happened twice. And you're like, excuse me? Something doesn't add up here.
Yeah, he didn't do it, but damn it, he should have finished the job. He should have got every single one of them. The worst thing is that he didn't get them all. Exactly.
And once
it's like
again,
the people who say the Bible doesn't condone slavery and it's the good slavery. But wait a minute, does it? Well, no, it doesn't condone slavery, but it's also the good slavery.
James, did you know that not only was it the good slavery, this was the good genocide? You didn't know that? You didn't know there could be a good genocide? Genocide coming to you.
I'm just thinking about Brett Keane doing his video of the flood where he's like, well,
speaking of genocide,
there's a bunch of people doing bad stuff on the earth, and well, God is damned if he damned if he doesn't, right? If he doesn't do anything about it, then the people are going to say, oh, why doesn't God do anything to stop the bad people? And then when God kills them all, they say, oh, why did God commit genocide? God just can't win with you guys.
Can't win.
It's like, no. He didn't have to kill every man,
like,
child,
dude. Like,
listen
Noah. To me. I can't. The line between troll and Poe and really believes it, because like I can just feel the infograph dripping, and like, no, it wasn't. Not only what was the number. I don't know why the number 6 million seems to trigger, but like, yes.
Did somebody say something about that?
Godwin's law is going all over. But I'm okay with bringing up Godwin. Like, I'm okay with bringing up that issue only because I like pointing out how degenerate the other side is. And I love you. Like, I'm sending love upside down. Definitely never. But I love sending love. But, like, there's no way that, like, it was prophesized. And not only that, it was a bloody war in which just everyone was dying. And, like, there was no good. There was no good except for the fact that years after after all of the horror and misery had come to an end, eventually we found peace. Eventually. And yes, that's a good thing. But
Claire used to come in there and say, and she's just asking questions. She's not saying it wasn't 6 million, but it seems a little. I mean, like, was it 5,998,000? I mean, was it significantly different? Does it matter?
Yeah, starts in with
you want to start squibbling about numbers. It was a lot of people. Okay, a lot of people died.
Sending love. And yes, they start with that kind of thing. And I would actually say say the historical numbers. I hate to go with the mainstream science, but yeah. If you want to disagree with the consensus, post us sources.
Do some research.
Yes. Pay the $2. No, you did. Like I said, we are the whole point of scientific consensus, and the whole point I would say of you would call yourself a skeptic. I would say you are a denier. Like, I could use terminology and jokes. I could talk like you guys so fast, but it would get us demonetized. It's just I've been soaked in it. I've been drenched in it.
Part of being a skeptic, though, is when you're staring at competent, substantial evidence, you have to acknowledge it. You can't just not pretend it's not there because you don't like the conclusion that it brings, and that's unfortunately what they do. There's lots of things that contradict what they're asserting, and they either ignore it, or they have these silly ad hoc explanations, or they go with crazy conspiracy theories. But there's a lot of data and evidence that they are have to get around. They're just not doing a very good job of it.
But we are going to take it back to theology. And in fact, speaking of sexy, wonderful, hot mistresses, we are sending love not only to Regis, but the fantastic Rachel Holland! Woo!
Rachel!
Woohoo! Sending so much love, Rachel, and reminding us that many of the Abrahamic traditions kind of condone slavery. Oh, but it was just the times. Yeah, but why are you defending it now? Thousands of years. But we're not kink shaming anybody. You do you, as long as people are consenting.
I don't think it should be illegal. I don't think it should be illegal. So I'm opposed to those laws, but those are in other countries where they don't have our notion of free speech. So, I mean, take it up with them.
And also, you can say whatever you want. We are talking about any subject on here. That's the whole point, is as James will say, we like to give everyone enough rope to let you do whatever you want with it. Because if your views don't hang up, well, sending love to Rachel and sending love to Senator Cato.
Damn, this conversation is being recorded.
It is.
Sir. Did you see that Kit? It's either Kit Boga or there's two that are big. I'm trying to remember. Or Hirogi. That built a bot that just automatically it's a scam bot that has it recognizes language and then translates it into a mechanism to send what is it called? What Peter has. Freaking soundboard. It's fantastic. And you can see the program acting in real time. It also has like this little bar of like anger and emotion. Oh my God, it's fantastic. He got a scammer to just give him their number and their bank account information just from using a soundboard. Hope he continues to do so. Sending love to Kit Boga and Pierogi.
Oh, that's what some people think they're doing with the soundboard calls. They think that they're people are trying to get them to like say certain things so they can use their voice.
You think the scammers?
No, like if it's just a prank call, sometimes the person getting pranked thinks that they're scammers trying to use their voice to like if they say, hi, how are you? What's your name? And then like, oh, they're going to get your name and then chop that soundbite up and use it for other things. I don't know.
See, I pick up every phone call. Every time it says spam, I pick it up. Oh, I forgot where I was going with this, with the AJ and the Mark. Now I remember. I would love to do scam baiting. I would love to. I feel like it just like
you love to do any kind of baiting.
Oh my, that's right. Well, James, I am a trap. Speaking of traps, I'm gonna randomly shout this out. Just because you shout trap, not to get political, but we were talking. But it is Russia versus Ukraine, and right now I am wearing shirts with potato. If you ask what is theory of life, you can say potato. Also, a philosopher once said, potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. But yes, I would love to work with. I need to ask someone like a Mark of the world out there, Mark Reid, who's a network guy, and a bunch of other people. That would be that's a good task for a VPN. Once again, that it tends to be a little bit more gray hat, so I feel like it still applies to my rule of thumb that everything that you're using a VPN for is a little bit shady. However, I would be using my gray hat for good, and so I'd be the Dark Knight. So, once again, I feel like I would need someone on there to get a little bit more confidence.
What was it? It was one of the channels I watch. Other ones I won't go into too much into their content, but let's just say they catch people doing naughty things online from time to time. And the one person they caught that...
Wait, James, are you saying that you're going to have them take a seat? Please take a seat. Can I have you take a seat?
Kinda, yeah.
Huh.
It's funny, the one guy they caught on Telegram was using a VPN, yet he put his actual name on the profile. I said that doesn't kind of defeats the purpose if you're going to go through the trouble of using it, but then you're going to put your real name. I don't know. My
name is Tommy Bucket from South Dakota. Where should I? Okay. I could make the VPN put me and disguise me from anywhere. I was going to go spicy and go North Dakota, but man, I think I just have to put South Dakota again. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. A great use for a VPN.
Randolph's got some tips there.
Feel free to ask if you ever want some help with VPNs. I administer.
He's a professional troll, so he probably has.
Well, I can use my Randolph. Help me out. You should help me gather with Mark, and all three of us should combine to do like non-believing scam baiting. Like we are non-believers coming together to scam bait. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think we could use all of our assets. I would love to. I already do it, like on a non-professional level. I have had so many fun calls. I had a guy tell me he was part of the Taliban when I totally like, oh yeah, buddy, whatever. You're the Taliban in Calcutta, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. I know exactly. We could. That is what I'm kind of trying to ask. That is, do it for good. Put on the mask.
Trees are Muslim. Well, there you go. I guess trees don't argue with you too much. They just kind of go with whatever you say, right?
Indeed.
They're very submissive.
Nice.
Thing is, those of us who actually have brains and are capable of thought, we need a little bit more.
What?
Sorry, yeah. That's why I say, hey, you can tell a tree anything. They don't ask too many questions.
See, I used to be I would say there was I hate to say a phase, there was a point in my obsession with consciousness where I was borderline trying to figure out if plants, like how we define and all these things, because of the the screaming, they emit a thing, a wavelength that is higher tune than our ears can pick up. That would be like a screen when they're cutting. And I don't think it's all trees, but there is a version of trees that can do this. And so it brings into question notions of conscious trees. I don't think that even with this, even though you could say maybe there are things that are conscious like, and it's one or two things.
Mimic.
Yeah.
Things.
Well, you could say what it will, for whatever it is. I think that consciousness is the emergent of, like, we sometimes think of our 6 different senses, or 5 different 6 senses, our 5 different senses, but we actually have like 20 different senses. The pressure in your bladder, whether you can feel heat and cold on your skin, all different sorts of senses that we don't think about actually make up. That's right, I can see dead people. Are actually what make up the conscious experience. So even if there was this one warning signal that was going on, I wouldn't say that it is the spectrum of awareness that I would call consciousness. Like, consciousness is just a very specific thing. I really dislike when people start prescribing consciousness to the universe, to everything, to rocks. Like, it becomes meaningless to me. Now, I understand that it's a little bit deeper than thinking a guy came back from the dead. So my pagan, pantheistic, whatever the fuck friends, please feel free and get cozy. I just don't understand it. It's just, to me, you could replace digestion with the word consciousness, and if it doesn't match up and you sound silly, then something's going on. James, can I just tell you, did you know that we are one with the bigger digestion out there, and one day we will meet with the collective digestion? Did you know that?
This conversation is being recorded.
Shit.
That's
but yes,
upside down guy.
If that sentence sounded silly to you, I don't know why it would make sense when you say the collective consciousness. We say it with more gusto, and we've heard it from more people drinking coffee. I love coffee, BT dubs, but I mean, that doesn't make it any more than a DPD. We're going to have exactly, like, chances are you should generally tune out. I hate to say it because I am almost included in this category. I like to think in my lay research, it gives me a little bit more pack for my punch. But when people talk about consciousness, quantum mechanics, dark matter, dark energy, even, right, just things that we don't always have a good grasp of the lay public, your bullshit meter should be extra attention. And it should be. Ladies and gentlemen, when I'm talking about consciousness, hold me to the same woo-woo meter that you hold to everyone else. I'm a naturalist. I think that consciousness is a natural phenomena. I think it's amazing. I think it's fantastic. I think it's one of the greatest chemical reactions going on in the universe. However, I don't think it's a linchpin for the universe. It clearly, it's the other way around, that the universe was here, that life was here, and then conscious beings arose. It took a while to get cave drawings. The cave was here way before the drawing. And And to think otherwise is just a hubris I don't understand. To quote my parents, you got to have a lot of chutzpah to say otherwise. But I'm waiting for it.
Well, I mean, gaps in our knowledge, things we don't understand, things that have room for them to try to hide their God, and they're always going to. And here's the thing. Until we know about everything about something or sufficient about it, anytime there's that question mark, you can imagine anything. You can imagine that anything pretty much could be there. And the scariest thing about reality is, and acknowledging reality to most people, is that you have to abandon some of the things that you hope for. Because when you embrace one reality, everything that you hope for otherwise falls by the wayside. It's like the reality of sitting all day, week after week, year after year, swiping left or right on an app, hoping the perfect person is only one swipe away forever. Or you can deal with the reality that there are no perfect people out there. You could spend your whole life looking for that perfect one, and you probably never find it. Everybody has their flaws, and
So
I just have to deal with something.
First of all, what James just said is absolutely correct, and is part of identifying our flaws that can only make us not get over them completely, but actually work on them. But Dr. Godwin's Law, I'm not going to show any of your comments on screen until you change your name. It's not about political correctness, because I'll even say it, but it's degenerate to me. That's what it is. You can be a nationalist, and that's fine. But I consider myself a patriot, which even that I'm more of a bootlicker than I like to identify. I don't know if it's this war in Ukraine that has made me fall in love so much in the West. I don't know if it's the fact that the West is actually what has allowed me gay marriage and transgender rights, and it triggers the absolute. Putin name-checked gay marriage and multiple genders as one of the reasons for invasion. And so the fact that we're winning just kind of makes me proud. I just can't help it.
I don't think either of those two had anything to do with the cause of the invasion.
Oh my God, but it's just funny.
For the politics of it. So Putin is he's a good politician. He knows what he's doing. I mean, not that he's a good politician, but he's just trying to play to his people and give them something to be scared about. That happens in the West. Give them something to be scared, like, oh my gosh, there's going to be trannies and gay people all over the place. It's going to be bedlam. It's going to be the end of the world. Society is going to collapse. Dogs will be living with cats, and
which is the right way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Just raise them as kids.
But when you're resorting to those kinds of politics, it usually doesn't bode well for you, because that is there tends not to be a lot of substance there, and it's that type of politics is very has a short shelf life on it, because you're probably going to lose on that issue anyway, and then when things start to happen and the world doesn't come to an end, then nobody cares. It's like remember 2004 when Massachusetts became the first state to legalize gay marriage. Oh my God, you would have thought the sky was falling and the entire nation was going to crumble if 2 men or 2 women could get married. It was going to be the end of civilization as we know it.
It's
And,
the end of civilization as we know it.
There you go. And what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened.
Cricket.
So, I mean, everybody, the sun still rises in the morning, sets at night, and life goes on. Nobody cared. I mean, a few more people that want to get married can get married now, which is great. But yeah, that type of politics, it has a short-term shelf life on it because, I mean, right now, even probably most of the conservatives would not want to go back and repeal gay marriage. Even if they thought they could, I don't think they would because it would end up costing them politically, and they know it. So they just don't touch the issue anymore. Now they've moved on to the gender issues, which is where they still feel like they have some ground that they can use, but that too will fall away from them, and they'll have to find somebody
One
else.
also thing, what is up, Rocky 6709? I agree. Well, I would say I would actually separate. I agree with you, but I would actually separate it out one more nuance. I think there's awareness and self-awareness. And awareness is just being awake, responding to stimuli. And I hate that the self-awareness kind of falls under my two-word schema, so I use introspection. But I agree with you, and I think that that.
Anyway, are we done with the Patreons?
Yeah. Well, one other thing I want to also just send out.
I
saw it out there because it's another meme.
You might have to cut.
I want to keep on. I know. I say. Well, another thing. The liberals are the ones who outlawed child labor and then put in place that you can't have sex with minors because children can't consent, and that will be forever because that is how children work. And so I know that conservative religionist fundamentalists, not conservatives, if you're just a conservative, I want to paint with as small a brush as possible. I know you like to try and use that, but I will continue to say, and one other thing. See, we're going through the talking points. One other thing, and maybe James will disagree, but because I know he comes from the South, but it was the religious conservatives, or at least the religious fundamentalists, that were pushing slavery in the South. You could say whatever party. Now, I know it was the abolitionist Christians in the North that were pushing against it. However, there was only one group. In fact, there was only one federation that in their constitution quoted the Bible, and it was the Confederacy. And so,
wow. I mean, politics is complicated. So when you're looking at a political party and where they stand, gradually the party shifted, but they in different directions for different reasons. Their priorities and their goals shifted. And so that kind of allowed the Democratic Party to kind of become more liberal on issues like that. And then the Republican Party, of course, had to take. But it was a very complicated waltz where they did shifted,
a switch,
but for different reasons.
And they kind of made a deal not even too very long ago with the religious evangelicals. I would say the more libertarian wing, unfortunately.
It was religious evangelicals and it was the Wall Street class.
Sure.
They decided that their issues were the most important, and they were going to primarily serve that group.
But the key here, because I agree with you, every time I bring that up, I don't even bring that up because I know that happened, and they always bitch about it. But you're actually
What's that?
absolutely right. Well, the party switched and all that, but
yeah.
because they like to, woohoo! Peace and love, Carol. We hope you have a fantastic day, night, or everything in between while you're listening, and we're sending you love. We just have a few more. Senator Cato, we reminded, we're talking about separation of church and state. Keep on tagging us, and we'll keep on reading your comments and everything up there. But also, James Wolfe, we've been seeing him out in chat. He's been giving us so much love. We are giving him so much love back. We have so many late night streams, which is great. It's kind of given us an international community, which is kind of what I have wanted just by accident. And so the goal actually one day is that James and I will tour all major 50 cities and all major 50 states. But then, wait, there's more. We will tour at least the capitals of all the major countries, and then maybe even a lot of other countries are separated into states. Almost, yes. And so a lot of countries break themselves up into different, have their own major mini capitals. But yes, I would say
I drove through it twice.
I would agree in that, a lot of people, theist, creationist, young earth creationists specifically, they say you are just us in the opposite direction. I'm an evangelical. I'm a street preacher. And look at you out here trying to preach the gospel of doubt. And all I could say to that is, you caught us. We are 100% you in the opposite direction. I hate to go, like, if anyone's played Civ on any civilization, spreading religion, there's two types of battle in civilization. You can have just regular war, or you can have religious war. And the funny thing is, it works almost exactly the same way, is that if you don't have a religion, you almost, preachers and everything come on your territory, you don't seem to care, because most of the time it doesn't affect you. You have to look, each religion has its own beliefs. There are sometimes religious beliefs that get converted, and then it actually makes it easier for them to conquer you. I mean, is this not how crazy, how it's like a simulation of real life? But a lot of religions are just, they benefit the leaders of the religion, and sometimes they have benefits for you, but they're mostly benign, and so you just let them go.
Oh,
but the major religions,
too.
Exactly. But the major religions will actually fight over your territory. They'll sometimes have like religious holy wars on your land, not only separately from just having regular wars. And so what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is yes, we are. Yes, we are. Gotta go to bed. Good night, X Music. It is almost time. I know this has been a really long James and I talking about the topic. We are about to go into the opposition view. I think this is going to be a longer one. I could feel it tonight, James. We can't help it.
I don't know.
But last but not least, we are sending love out to Matty, reminding us that creationists, flat earthers, it doesn't matter who they are. If they are a conspiracy theorist, a superstitious believer, they cannot seem to tell us how to scientifically create a model, that is to say, a working theory of a universe, a solar system, a galaxy would be in between those, anything. It's just Earth. That's all they seem to be able to do. But everything else is kind of poof.
Wander.
Did you convert from Christianity from Judaism? I mean, just how sexual intended Christian lyrics are about Jesus. So I deconverted from Judaism around 12 or 13. In my teenage years, I stopped really not believing, and I made a deal with my mother that if I got bat mitzvahed, that I wouldn't. And James kind of has a double entendre in that I guess I'll let him really paraphrase, but almost like a Christian Jewish mix, kind of like a yes to both of those.
There's a sect of Christianity they call Messianic Judaism, where they're basically mainline Christians, but they participate in a lot of Jewish rituals and ceremonies. They like LARP as Jews, I guess you could say, in certain ways. And you can get into the theology of all that, but yeah. If you know from Tang Biddy Buddha, she was also for a while attended a Messianic Jewish.
I always love, like, there's like not a debate or a fight. Who's the real Jews? There's the Jews, but then there's these Messianic Jews, but then there is the Black Hebrew Israelites. I mean,
well, the Messianic Jew, like the whole thing with that is most Christians today, they take the interpretation that most of the ceremonial commandments in the Old Testament were abrogated with the coming of Jesus. We don't have to follow those anymore. Those were just temporary until the Messiah came, and now we're under a new covenant. The Messianic Jews say, no. Basically only the things that directly deal with the sacrificial system are abrogated. The rest of it, we should still follow all the ceremonies and the rituals. And of course, that's been the minority view over the years. But
woo-hoo. Tag and Beamsy says, here I was thinking you were the one down with yes to everything. Oh my. Listen. Only on days that end in Y. But also sending love to Red off. And James, I would almost be willing to do a part 1 and a part 2 if it's getting too late and getting too night.
No, it's not it's not like it's getting too late. It's a long video. We're 2 hours in. I don't know if people are going to really watch do all that to get to the video. I don't know.
Well, I'd say, and I should be talking with Gizmo to bat it up. I see that asking everyone, would you rather move into an open mic? Would you rather move into the opposition viewpoint?
We
are in hour 2. Well, we could do part 1 and part 2, and maybe.
I don't know. I kind of like to tackle like a video all at once.
Right. I mean, I would be okay with going longer. I feel like. Do you have work in the morning?
No, I mean it's not a matter of timing. It's just I don't know.
Oh my. I would like to. Yeah, Jason Jacoby saying do it. I want to do it. But we'll put it on 1.2.5. I was going to put it on 1.2.5 because I actually think it sounds better.
Do it.
And and what we may do is maybe do the optional open mic. What I may actually say is only do an open mic if we have a continued opposition. As in, if someone disagrees with us,
you'll just as long as you like. Break it up into like the parts, so
I really need to
right
start.
To the video.
Gizmo and I used to do that, and then I just got lazy. But I was trying to think.
If you timestamp it for this time.
Yes, I would break it up into each bits because just like the Bible. Boom, 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 boom. Well, and I also do want to thank, as we reach the end and we're moving into thanking the end of our supporters, I do want to thank all of you guys. You guys are who make this channel possible. I'm used to 1.5 or 2. Yeah, maybe we'll try 1.5. I'll tell you, 1.25 sounded like it was normal, so maybe 1.5 will feel like we're
I don't
actually
know.
going
Some
at a
people
hip
bitch
jump
at
speed.
1.25. I don't mind 1.5, but some people bitch at 1.25. So we could try it.
Yes, and I am actually going to just be right back for a second, and then we are going to kick it into the opposition side.
Sounds good.
I'll
just talk a little bit about-
my means I only go into days. Will start with T. Oh my!
There you go. So I don't know if end times coming up. It's always something that the Christians are bantering around about. For one thing, it's marketable. It's fear, and fear sells. You can make them afraid of something
Indeed.
that's going to happen in the future, and they can then buy your books, buy your products, so that you can give them information about what's going to happen, and then maybe they will be a little less afraid. So it's very marketable, and you even see that aspect kind of shape their theology, because it seems like more of them are adopting a theology that is actually more marketable. They're shifting more to post-tribulation rapture, which means that pre-trib, the Christians are all gone for the whole tribulation, so they have nothing to worry about. And that seemed to be the predominant view. Now more and more of them are adopting a post-trib, meaning, oh no, you guys are going to be here during the tribulation, so you got to get ready. You got to buy our books. You got to listen to me, and I'll tell you what to do so you won't get killed by the Antichrist. But any of you guys know, if you've watched our show enough, you know that we always say Christians have always thought they're in the end times. They've always thought the end is nigh. The Bible, the conditions written in the Bible are so vague and malleable, you can apply them to virtually any time, and it has been done so. And it always seems like it to them that they're in the last days, but you know what? Nothing ever happens, and time continues to tick on, and just nothing happens, because there is nothing going to happen. There's not going to be anybody making a treaty with Israel. The temple's not going to be rebuilt. None of this is actually going to happen, and but they'll tell you, of course, that it is. I've been told before that, oh no, the temple will be rebuilt because it says in the Bible. Well, I think I've told people I'll eat somebody's hat if they lift one shovel towards rebuilding that temple, because they won't. They'll never happen. For various reasons, it is not going to happen. But be that as it may, there are a lot of people who still think that it will. There are a lot of people who think that this is going to happen. I remember this shit being preached at churches in the mid-90s, even growing up, hearing all this, the different theories being floated around. Every U.S. president has been labeled a potential contender for the Antichrist. We just did a video a couple weeks ago about King Charles in Britain, people saying he could be the Antichrist. And again, because the scriptures are so vague and malleable, you can apply it to just about everybody. You know, doesn't really do a good job of narrowing it down. And we're going to see this video that they put out that has like 200,000 views. Say so little. It actually seems like just a conglomeration of sound bites pasted together with some good use of stock footage. Voila, put it out, get a bunch of views, and yeah, in terms of actually conveying useful information, no, very little. But they don't have to convey information because none of this stuff is going to happen anyway. And yet the delusion continues, right? People who've been predicting the end for a long time, they've always been wrong 100% of the time. They always have a reason or excuse for being wrong. Maybe it's because it's just never going to happen. I mean, in terms of a satanic conspiracy, they've had plenty of opportunities if they wanted to to launch this massive world takeover. I mean, don't they control everything already? What's taking them so long? Well, of course, the answer to that is there is no them. There's no Satan. There's no Antichrist. Yeah, then a lot of times what they'll throw in is they will throw in the angle of aliens, UFOs. That's one thing that they like to throw around a lot. And that there's going to be something going on with that the aliens are going to land, but they're not really going to be aliens. They're going to be the demons and Satan posing as aliens. And they're going to come to rescue us from religion, from Christianity, and set up a worldwide utopia. Now, if there are aliens out there, one of the reasons they wouldn't make themselves known would probably be because they know that they would be viewed as these mythological creatures that don't exist, and therefore their appearance would cause lots of issues. So if they're benevolent, they probably wouldn't want to do that until we get over our obsession with apocalyptic religious prophecies. Yeah.
And with that,
Beamsy, like I said, I mean, what has Amy got to do to get probed? I mean,
what's a girl gotta do? Yeah.
I mean, all these other people get. I mean, it's not fair, is it?
So you're actually gonna make me look down? No. But this is how I'm a skeptic. But this is how much of a bimbo I am that I actually had to look down.
Why would the demons pose as aliens? Oh, because I mean, they're not going to come as themselves. They're not going to say, "Ha, we're the demons from the Bible." And by the way, this is Satan here. We want you to worship him so you can go to hell
Satan
forever.
Here.
No. They're going to pose as aliens, enlightened beings from another planet that is millions of years more advanced than us. They know that our religions are false. They're going to come here, set up a utopia, give us alien technology, help us break free from religion, make everybody happy. But while you guys are all doing that, and I guess everybody's getting sex changes or is being gay, kind of this guy over here, just kind of get on your knees and worship him, please, and take this mark maybe. And yeah.
My.
Aliens from another planet would be something the entire world could get on one page about, because it has to be a worldwide thing. The Antichrist is going to affect all nations. They would say, well, I mean, and it would be the Antichrist would be, I guess, a leader who works with them and negotiates with them and, sets everything up. So I guess King Charles would go to Jerusalem, and the Satan would come down on the Temple Mount, and King Charles would proclaim Satan the god of the world, and we would all worship him, and then we all go to hell. It's really stupid. It's not going to happen, but it's par for the course from religion. Come to think of it, like, there's going to be a battle between God and everybody. Why would you have a battle with the deity? That's like a perfectly human thing.
Definitely explain that. 2/3 of the story, you have to have a battle. It's just dictated.
I mean, why would you battle a deity? If you had 100 trillion observable universes full of bombs and you launched all of it at him at once, would it defeat him? No. So what would be the whole point of that charade, unless God is making him do it just so he can laugh at them before he, like, you guys thought you could defeat me, ha ha ha, sends them all to hell. Yeah, it really doesn't make sense from that standpoint.
But Jason also brings up a good point.
I don't know.
That's right, baby.
But he doesn't bleed, so we can't kill him.
How do we know? Has anyone tried? Actually, he does bleed. In fact, he I feel like He has one of, well, depending on which religion, he is one of the greatest defeaters like ever. He's gotta go to like Home Depot. We got
The
this
Iron
shit.
Chariot.
Oh, that too. I was thinking more like a hammer,
the
9-inch nails.
Well, I
But,
mean, that was Jesus when he was in his earthly form as man. I mean, you can't kill him now. He's in his heavenly.
Also, I will say, I feel like that was my peak edgy moment so far. So.
Get to the chopper. Yes.
There we go. I can be edgy now. Okay. But with that, I think we are going to get, speaking of edgy, we are going to move into the Antichrist is prepping the mark of the beast, because
No, he isn't.
as you do, from the channel Lion of Judah. Like James said, this is a decently produced in that there's only two things you need to do, ladies and gentlemen. You need to have good sound quality, and you need to have some sort of stock footage, which can be pricey, but if you get a plan, dental plan. Good Simpsons. That too. But no, I really do want to make a, speaking of him, see? Could make an Affleck the duck that says memes. I don't know if people would get that as much, maybe. Needs bracers. Yo. I look like someone, except for my vein, I look like someone who used to skateboard, and I look like a stereotype, and sometimes I fit the stereotype, and sometimes I don't. Popcorn, that is right, because we are getting ready.
Okay, well, we advise you now that you are being taped.
You are being taped? Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast. We are jumping into it from...
Well, I wish he would get it the fuck over with. I mean, he's been preparing this shit for how long? 2,000 years? Yeah.
I know. You would think that the end of the world... Oh, that was something I wanted to say. The end of the world is coming. We have about another 4.5 billion years. We're about halfway through this shit. And so any day now, James, what I'm trying to say.
Lion
but
of
yes.
Uda. Oh.
Lion of Judah.
Uda. That little
looks like they're
thing they did
up.
with the N and the
Exactly.
L or
This
J.
looks like about to be a Star Wars title. The Lions of Uda. CGI, baby. But we're jumping into it.
Actually is a CGI Earth for once. Go fucking figure.
Well, and the joke I always say is that
J.J. Abrams and
when you
out of
talk
cannon.
with flat earthers, all they actually have are either CGI or drawings. They have no actual... Now, they'll say every picture is a flat picture, but no. They know what I mean. That's just a joke, and a joke is not an actual representation of a theory. Like when you say, where's your picture of a round earth, and we give you the blue dot, which is a actual photograph, and we say, now where's your 2D representation? And
Nathan
you have
Thompson whips out a napkin and draws a circle on it. And
said
then,
napkin.
there you go.
Thank goddess you said napkin.
Yeah.
The only FBI in my world is food-borne illness. Oh my. Yeah. Well, we here just work for NASA. That is a different department. However, we are jumping into it. Starting to itch my head backwards, so I'm going to actually do this. My goddess, I have to be less edgy now. But we're jumping into it. The Antichrist is preparing for the mark of beast. The opposite, let's say... What do we want to do? What did we...
Try 1.5.
Let's go 1.5.
Guys, let us know
honestly,
if it's too fast.
it sounded not too bad on 1.2.5. It might just sound slightly fast now. So tell us if it's annoying to you. We will turn it back down, but we're jumping into it.
They are developing the mark of the beast now. Revelation 13:16-17. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and...
Actually, that annoyed me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Took me like 2
1.25.
seconds, and that annoyed me. Yeah, 1.25 sounded good for me. However, we're moving.
This is
forward.
actually the important verse here. Now, this is one of the verses that they've used over the years to defend, of all things, slavery. Because if you look at the second sentence there, it says free and bond. So they said, well, look, at the end of the world, there's going to be two classes of people, free and bond. There's going to be slaves all the way until the end. So we can't abolish slavery because God says it's always going to be here till the end.
And what I don't get what is emitted CGI. What? First of all, there has never been a admission of CGI. What they will sometimes say is newer images are composites because they're taking pictures from a small range, and you put all of those together and you make a complete picture.
But notice how specific this verse is: to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. I mean, so is it going to be the right hand or the forehead? They don't know. Either or. So specific with this prophecy here.
James, and you really need to know which side you're going to get your chip in. I feel like that's important.
That no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark of the beast, or the name of the beast, or the number. So you could have the mark, or maybe just the name of him, or the number of his name. So specific.
But at least they have multiple options. You want to have different plans available when you are the Antichrist and you're trying to give the mark of the beast. I feel like it's important to just have business models. You know what I mean?
Just have King Charles' name tattooed to your ass.
Oh my. And speaking of which, we're jumping back in. The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast.
Poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. The Bible talks about the mark of the beast, which will be mandatory during the Great Tribulation. The mark of the beast will be an identity of the Antichrist, without which no one will be able to buy or sell anything. People will receive the mark on their right hands,
but we can buy and sell things, so
on their foreheads.
I mean, there are people who have said over that, oh, it's the Social Security number that's the mark of the beast, because I mean, it's really hard to be employed with it, but I mean that it's not universal worldwide, so that really wouldn't be it, because it's got to be worldwide.
Consider is that taking the mark of the beast is a serious matter, a lot like how salvation is a serious matter.
Really, really serious.
Because both
super
taking the mark and
serious.
Salvation have eternal consequences. Salvation has eternal consequences and should be treated with the utmost importance. Taking the mark of the
James,
beast
we need to treat this subject with
should not be taken
respect.
lightly. Both hold eternal repercussions. Over the years, there have been a lot of conspiracies concerning the mark of the beast. Early last century, some people...
That is mainstream theology, not universal, but most Christians will say that if you get the mark of the beast, you will go. There's nothing you can do at that point. You will go to hell forever. Not all of them. Some of them give you, oh, there could be an out, but I'd say the mainstream view is that this is an eternal seal. Once you get it, if you were saved before that, you lost your salvation. You're damned forever. Or if you're not saved, once you get it, there's nothing you'll be able to do. You're automatically going to hell. It's something to be afraid of, is what they're trying to convey. And if you're afraid of something, well, then you might have to buy their book. You might have to watch their videos so they can tell you what it is that you need to be afraid of. This is a very marketable thing. Whereas Us, on the other hand, just telling you that you don't really have anything to be worried about except wasting your time and money on this stuff. Well, I mean, yeah.
See, I wanted to get my badge because my school badge, the fantastic thing about my Wilmington University badge is that it is RFID enabled, in that all you have to do is go up to the school and you take your badge and they go boop, and then it lets you into the school. And so it's kind of cool to just have a lanyard that lets you in and out. And they try to sell this as like it is evil technology, but there is nothing evil about RFIDs.
Well, I mean, and they fear-mongered about even when they first started making like IDs cards biometric, meaning it was like linked to a fingerprint. If you remember, one of his first major things, I think it was the late 90s, Alex Jones going to the DMV in Texas and getting arrested because he was there to apply for an ID card, and they were telling him to put his finger on the thing to get his fingerprint, and he refused. And he's like, I've got like 26 forms of ID. I can prove who I'm at. And they're like, yeah, you put your fingerprint on the thing. No, I'm not going to put my fingerprint. I've got all these IDs. I am who I am. But
also,
and then they tell him.
Did you ever see this latest biometric? You just put your hand on the kit, you rub, and then it opens your iOS screen. I think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's like the movie Gattaca. If you remember it. Did you ever see Gattaca?
Yes, I think I did.
Like everybody would go into a building and you would put your finger on like a thing, and it would take like a microscopic sample of blood from your skin and verify who you were by your DNA.
What is up to Freak in the house saying love, getting love, what is up? And Davenport.
Gattaca was a good movie back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, and also we are jumping back in if you want to keep on tagging us, but we are Antichristing it up.
That the mark of the beast was your social security number, which presumably was encoded into the computer punch card of the beast and fed into Satan's mainframe. While the notion that your social security number is the mark of the beast is hardly mainstream, there are proponents of this viewpoint to this day.
Also, I do love this. Like, this guy's entire shtick, or these multiple guys, is they are the rational approach to the Antichrist preparing the mark of the beast. You know, the academics, which they don't quote any, but that is the approach they're trying to come. I guess that's, if you just say it firmly, it makes it
basically they're not taking a stance, so they can't be shown to be wrong.
Well, what they basically do is say something very silly and then go, but who knows? They even sometimes ask it in question. They're like, are we saying that it's this? No. Well, you just brought it up. Why? Okay. But we're jumping back in. We'll let you decide for yourself.
Who argue that it is. Following the introduction of the credit card in 1959, groups of individuals argued that it was the mark of the beast. Once the internet was introduced, some argued that it was the mark of the beast. Presently, the radio frequency identification, RFID chips, are regarded by many as the mark.
It's just whatever the newest technology is that, yeah.
But even he's setting it up. He's like, but I'm not like any of those guys. All those people saying those former things were marks of the beast. So silly. How could they say that?
20, there are some who argued that the vaccine was the mark. You can go down a long corridor of research attempting to pinpoint what exactly the mark of the beast is.
And you will get exactly nowhere.
The mark of the beast will not be something
it's not real.
Accidentally. What type of God would God be if he allowed the mark of the beast to be something you can take accidentally? It's exactly like the issue of hell.
No. God gives no fucks. He does not care. This is the guy who will send you to hell for being born in a culture that never heard of him, and he makes no effort to get the gospel to you. He doesn't care. He gives no fucks. You die, you go to hell forever. He doesn't care. So no.
You die, and you go to hell.
Yeah, you die, you go to hell. He doesn't care. So no. God would not care. The mark of the beast can be whatever it is. If you get it, you go to hell. Warning, no warning. Suck it. Suck it, Satan.
Penelope wants to be right here. Exactly where she is going
Penelope.
to be. She is
on the keyboard.
She's so smart though. Like she tries to touch the screen. Like if this was a touch screen, I swear I need a cat touch screen. But I guess all our babies are smart, aren't they? Aren't you? Okay. We are going off. And the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast.
Do it.
We're going 3, 2, fun.
Goes to hell by accident. God gives everyone the choice to accept the Lord Jesus Christ or reject him.
No, he doesn't.
God gives everyone the choice to go to heaven or to go to hell. And when
No,
the mark
he
of the beast comes, those who are alive on the earth will know exactly what this mark represents. There will be no ambiguity surrounding the mark.
None
we may
at
not know
all.
exactly what the mark is now, but the generation who will be on earth will know exactly what the mark is. But God is a God who loves.
You'll feel it
God
in
is
your
a God
balls.
who informs people and allows them to make decisions of their own free will. And when the
Did you notice that though? I just want to really, because I talked over it. The hashtag.
There will be no ambiguity surrounding the mark. We may not know exactly what the mark is now, but the generation who will be on earth will know exactly what the mark is.
How do you know?
But God is a God who loves. God is a God who informs people and allows them to make decisions of their own free will. And when the mark is on the earth,
mark of the
144,000 Jews that are seen in the book of Revelation will go around the world preaching the gospel. These 144,000 Jews are sealed, which means they have the special protection of God.
Sure they will.
From the divine judgments and from the wrath of the Antichrist. Their mission appears to be to evangelize the post-rapture world and proclaim the gospel during the tribulation period. As a result of their ministry, millions, a great multitude that no one could count from every nation, tribe, people, and language, will come to faith in Christ. They will proclaim the gospel, and seeing as the mark of the beast.
And that's their normal shtick. It's a win. Heads I win, tails you lose scenario. Either everyone comes to Jesus Christ, in which that is prophesized, or and which he ends up saying later, I almost feel like they forget about this, where you become small and persecuted and no one believes it. And so that persecution is basically the mark of being true. I just like my puns, okay? Damn it. Rant off myself and Dad's and James. Because, well, James is a dad, but the dad jokes are strong in us tonight. I can't help it. But I used to have a shirt when I was, pre everything that said "World's Greatest Grandmother," and like I swear, all my friends were like thinking now. They're like, "Oh my God, that would was that like a clue?" And no, right now, I would totally wear a World's Greatest Grandfather t-shirt because I think that would be so funny. Like people just staring at that, trying to... So I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is the clown is strong with us. Honka, honka, honka. And we're going to jump in. Oh, Penelope's about... she's trying to decide, should I hit the screen? It looks... so enticing.
Gizmo has the same idea.
Oh, Gizmo always looks so happy. Oh, yep. She's like, what's going on? I know, baby. We need to make a cat screen. That's the problem. There are no cat screens.
Yes, Gizmo. What can we do for you, Gizmo?
Producer Gizmo. Calling the actual shots.
What can we do for you, Gizmo?
But speaking of calling the shots, I think I said this before you were on, Mark. It is lovely. Oh, lovely. As she's clicking. Lovely to see you. And I just had an idea that Randolph was actually kind of warm about. You have a networking background. Do you know anything about scam baiting? And even if you didn't, do you have any interest in having like a non-believer scam baiting show. I never say channels because that's always a lot of undertaking, but definitely a show. And we could just all stream it to our own channels and then something. But yes, something like that. But we are jumping back into the Antichrist is repairing. I know Randolph already said that he had some sort of trolling and counter trolling expertise. I have a little bit of scam baiting expertise just on the non-professional level. And yeah.
Mentioned in the gospel, I am sure they will warn of the repercussions of taking this mark. God will also send the 2 witnesses. The 2 witnesses will come to the earth and warn humanity.
That's who Wesley thinks he's one of the 2
regarding the mark.
I always find it interesting when people try to come off as like prophets.
No, he'll tell you he's one of the 2 that were just mentioned right there. Yep.
But
Ken Hovind thinks. Word is that Ken Hovind thinks he's one of them too.
Really, Ken Hovind's like that? Doesn't surprise me because he
thinks he's one of the 2 witnesses in Revelation that Dinosaur Adventureland will be protected during the tribulation, that people can come to and worship God.
So just going to the Joe Rogan quote, whatever you feel about him, but the difference between a religion and a cult is that in a cult, the leader knows that he's full of shit, and that in a religion, that guy's dead. The problem with charismatic preachers is that they become, and imams and rabbis and whatever have you, is they become cult-like again, in my opinion. And so the watered down effect that you have from these institutions, the fact that the Catholic Church cannot actively tell if you use condoms or not is a good thing. The same with your local Protestant church and your local imam. And so
the Mormon church might sit in on you to make sure to monitor you. They're like so.
But we also won't kink shame if that's what you're into. But yes,
they make
Mark,
you go through your finances with them to make sure you are giving, you are tithing,
baby, tithing.
Yeah, you are not cheating them out of anything.
But Mark, absolutely, that is what I mean. Trolling scammers is that I pick up almost every single call. Like you have a thing on your phone that will say like this is a bullshit call, and I pick up every one of them and I use them as practice. I put them on. I used to record a lot more. I've recorded, but I do have some exactly that I think are funny because you can just improv and it becomes almost like a crank yankers. Is that like, my go-to is Sarah Loves Dick, but I have to choose a new name because if you don't say Sarah Loves Dick fast enough, some of them catch on. Yes, exactly. I love them too. How would you like to do a basically a non-believer themed scam baiting? That basically we are non-believers and we just happen to use our skills to kind of do it for good because I just want to shame the fuck out of them. That is the fun.
At least Joe Rogan and Amy have something in common now.
So I want to have anal sex with Jesus. Listen, if he is as ripped as half of the middle-aged American women tell me that they are, I feel like I'd be doing well. Boom. There we go. Randolph said he would love to do it. Mark says he would love to do it. We are going to make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. I need to think of a name and then it's going to be real. But like I am addicted to watching, responding, my mom, well, the same reason why she asked me sometimes I ask to like the shitty human beings, but she'll be like, why do you even talk with these people? Every minute you are wasting of their time.
Yeah.
You are saving an old grandma, not to mention making their lives a living hell. Hopefully they rethink their life choices because these people are, man, they're if you could be worse degenerates than a what is Creflo Dollar and all those fucking
Prosperity.
things? Prosperity. Yeah, if you could be one step worse than a prosperity gospel, it is actually. And they all have. I know the script inside and out for the most part, which is they have. It's almost like a Darth Dawkins script. You have multiple ones that can, they go in there and they just make a. They get you to go into your bank account. The insidious thing is you would think that giving people your bank account, it would be like the worst thing ever. And it is terrible. You should never give anything your bank account. The thing is with these scammers is they're not that dumb. They know they'll be tracked down it's not that easy. And so what they really want to do is just use that as a false sense of security so they can go in there and oftentimes just use fake HTML pages and all this shit. And they're really just trying to confuse. Yes. Oops. We deposited 20,000 instead of the 200 that we were going to give you back. Now just give us I'm going to lose my job. Don't you know I'm going to lose my job? And so, but the other funny thing is they turn the moment that this is it,
they turn it.
There's a rule of thumb in comedy. If you've ever heard me, they say timing is everything, and sometimes you wait and until for the punchline, you wait a second or something, a beat, and you wait until they turn on you. The longer you can go until they turn on you, because I've had people say they're going to find me and kill. Speaking of find me and kill me, can we say this the last time? I can't sell it. I can't help but sell it. What is up, Satan's Little Helper? Wait, isn't that us? Aren't we Satan's Little Helpers? But what? I'm just sending love out there. I had a Theus go completely cuckoo. They went so good. I'm not going to do the whole chain. They're not even worth it because then I'd be giving them too much credit. But I had to send screenshots. James, I know people often joke about this, or maybe it's hard to appreciate. Like when people talk about it, people say, how bad could it actually be? This person said 2 or 3 times, very explicit that they were going to be the ones to kill me.
Yeah, you need to go, and if they have the opportunity to do it, they won't pass it up.
They would not pass up the opportunity to kill me if I ever walked by them. And so, tell me how you really feel. That is why, once again, I will continue to preach self-defense, why you should, whether that be some sort of martial arts training, some sort of tool like pepper spray, or just gun safety. Not because it breaks my heart, actually. I said the same thing. I want to be actually, as spicy as that is, I would rather be civil with you. I hate that you actually want to kill me. It breaks my heart.
These people are, either one, they're really crazy, or they're a keyboard warrior. They don't mean any of it, but you never know when you're actually talking to a nutcase.
Here's the thing. Not only that, and I have to watch myself because when I get heated, I also half talk shit back. I basically, in essence, said, "Come at me," because
come at me, bro.
Come at me, bro. I lift, which is I don't lift. I take self-defense classes, but I should do yoga more often. All these fucking spinal things.
Jesus.
But then I did add up. I tried to cool down and point out that I really don't. It's I know this sounds very different, but it's very subtle body language. I won't I will never hold up like this. I'll never hold up like this. If someone ever comes at me, it'll always be like this. I'm giving my technique away. However, I didn't teach this, so I guess if you come at me, it doesn't matter.
Krav Maga. That's upside down guys.
Krav Maga. I need to learn Krav Maga. Krav Maga.
His special version of upside down guys.
Exactly.
Krav Maga.
But you just hold what I will always hold 2 hands like this with palms open to show that I don't want to fight. But then you have a hand close to you and you have a hand far away from you, because if they take a punch at you, you want to be able to have the ability to try and grab something, and you also want to constantly be trying to block yourself while also doing that.
Master Ken's videos.
That guy is funny. But no, I do watch a lot of jujitsu videos, and it's good
That's
to
probably
know.
True to Freak.
There are good self-defense techniques. To all murderers, if you touch me, you will turn gay. Well, I just want to put a final PSA. I don't normally get to be like really serious on this podcast, but it happened to me. I never got my cootie shot. And so I don't want to say that if you were to touch me, that this would happen to you. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But I will say that we have not found a cure, a vaccine, and yet we have been working, at least since I was in the K through 12 system, ever since I was young. And so it's just spread. Keep on fighting, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, that's right.
Scam baiting, because that's actually what we're doing here. We're working against scams on the phone, working against religious scams, because religion is another form of a scam.
Get that booty shot, baby. That I would also say what I'm trying to work on, but that's a different late night stream. We are jumping back into the Antichrist.
Yes, we are.
Preparing for the mark of the beast. Listen, when you got it,
no one will receive the mark of the beast without his or her full awareness of it. The Bible tells us in Revelation 14:9 that an angel of the Lord.
Also, I like this technique. We have no idea what it is, but once you know, will you know. Well, thanks for that tautology.
Warn people against accepting the mark of the beast and against worshiping the beast. The mark of the beast will not be accidentally accepted. Because of its eternal consequence, God will forewarn people.
God damn it. James, don't you hate when you're at line at the shopping center and you see like 2 or 3 guys in front of you, and then just like that, you're like, God damn it, I accepted the mark of the beast. I hate it. You were looking in front of you, and then all of a sudden, the mark of the beast happens.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Against accepting it. More so, the mark of the beast is closely tied to the worship of the beast. Therefore, the mark will greatly signify loyalty, commitment, and devotion to the beast. So no one will take it unknowingly.
I just think he's getting paid every time he writes the word beast. But at least he's on topic, ladies and gentlemen. You can't say that either of us are clickbait tonight.
I believe that the advancement in technology is preparing the way for the mark. They argue that the mark is being developed right now. To support their claims, they highlight the drastic improvement in facial recognition technology and the increasing capabilities of technology monitoring us. An article called Facial Recognition Technology, FRT, 100 Countries Analyze, stated the following. Over 50 years ago, 2001, A Space Odyssey introduced the world to HAL 9000, a computer with artificial intelligence capabilities, including facial recognition technology. It seems...
Once again, facial recognition technology, if I could English, is not scary. It is giving us new layers of security. It has its downfalls. I mean, you've already seen them in movies where someone could remove the problem or just drag the problem over and get it. But it is a level of security added on for facial recognition. It is much better. It works the same way that fingerprint technology works, in that it's taking samples. It takes not just one sample, but it takes a repeated amount of samples. I don't want to say it builds a database because that's the wrong word, but it builds a bigger picture of your face because what it has to do is get your face at multiple angles. It has to be able to, when you're drunken,
so no matter which way you're looking at the thing.
Exactly. And that's how it does it, is because it's able to guesstimate from a good amount of early on pictures that you gave it. And so not scary. Once again, half of this is just the music, which they also add. This is a composite, not to of a few things. Not is only is it a voiceover and stock footage, but you got to have that spooky music. Can I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the captions on, all you need to do, if you want to know if the villain is about to approach, just look for the words ominous music. Dun, dun, dun. If ominous music comes on, you are... Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Otherworldly, advanced, and somewhat hard to comprehend. Today, facial recognition technology, FRT, is, for an alarming number of us, a part of everyday life. From opening up our phones.
Why? Why is it an alarming? I like how they just sneak that in there. Because some of this, once again...
they don't like the idea of you're going out and the store knows automatically who you are as soon as you walk in.
See, but like that kind of stuff... I hate to say, again, it makes me sound like a bootlicker because, I hate to say, only thieves have anything to be worried with that shit, but mostly that's true. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Everything has the potential to be misused or to turn dark, but
sure,
overall,
the Orwellian nightmare is that is everywhere. So that is just not, that is out on the street corner, that is in every building, that is in every bathroom. You cannot turn your corner without having a camera on you. But the reality is you're at Family Dollar and you end up trying to just prevent someone from shoving Cheetos down their skirt.
Give it about 20 or 30 years, and they'll basically put retail theft to rest because it'll track you. They'll know who you are as soon as you walk in the store. You won't even have to ring anything up. Oh, you stuffed it down your pants. There you go. You just bought it.
And spoiler alert for their coming up. That's one of the things that they're talking about with RFID. And I swear half the things that they're going to talk in this video is he gives I wouldn't say a wrong explanation, maybe an actual a simplified explanation of what is going on. And then they go, isn't it terrible? And it's no. That's okay. It is kind of crazy. I don't know if he talks specifically that Elon injected specific technology into his brain this early on, but it's not because that he injected it into his brain at all. It's because he just did it this early on at himself. That is the funny, crazy part. But that kind of stuff, you're imagining there's going to be eventually nanobot technology that's going to be able to specifically target genetic cancers. And is that going to be a bad thing? No. Are there going to be ways
afraid of it? Yeah.
Yes. Well, not only that, but are there going to be ways for bad people to take advantages of a lot of the technology that we're explaining? Sure, because the best thing to do anything is with science. So if you want to be a bad guy, that's the best way to get it done. But that's a completely different question from the technology, which is not moral or immoral. It's amoral. That is, it lacks a moral element. You have to inject morality into it.
I think the part of an element is... I think a lot of it just seems unfair. Before, if you're driving out in your car and the police are driving out there, and they want to run tags and see. They got to sit there and type everything in and run your tag. And oh, this person has felony warrants. Stop them over. Now they don't. The cops just sit on the side of the road and wait for the license plate reader up at the thing to go by, and they could be sleeping in their car. Then they get an alert. Whoop, whoop, then they go out and stop the car because hey, you just triggered the license plate reader. You have felony warrants. You're coming with me. It's like I didn't do anything wrong. What do you do? It just seems unfair, but I mean that's the way that the world is going.
It's making things more convenient and faster, even the crappy things. But it's
More
also
efficient.
making the good things more efficient. And so, I don't know. It just seems like a coin flip. It seems exactly like what we would expect.
And logging into online banking to having our faces scanned against criminal databases, FRT has grown at an exponential rate. Experts have predicted that the global facial recognition market will more than double.
Can you just imagine, like,
8.5.
The wispy one, like walking into the Chuck E. Cheese, like with like a different disguise on, and the facial recognition camera still, like, Mr. Herbell, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. How'd you know it was me? Points to like the facial recognition thing.
I was smoky and everything. How did you know?
No, sir, it saw you as soon as you got out of your car. Get the fuck out of here. You know you're not allowed here.
He has been completely gone from the internet. I feel like the FBI and the CIA must have just taken him.
Well, I mean, I don't know. If I were to guess, I would say that because he was saying a lot of bad things about the victim in the case, and say I would be willing to bet that got he was kind of demeaning her. I would be willing to bet that word of that got back to his probation officer, and he was probably told that he had to stop publishing things online, and so he stopped. He sold his channel to Will Kincaid, and he's not allowed to. That's just my theory on it, but it seems to make sense.
Also, just to go, but how? I'm asking you, Abcdeig, how could pre-crime, like, I love all of those books that became movies. I just want to know, like, we have a tracking device at all times. However, I've never met someone willing to completely go off the grid.
Well,
like you're on the New World Order's internet right now.
It makes solving crime so much easier because, like, if somebody gets kidnapped at a certain time, they automatically know basically who's in that area right at that. They can start narrowing people down right away. They can say which of these people are on the sex offender registry or which one of these have prior convictions.
I get Amber alerts on our phone and it goes, and that's a good thing. We should be able to. That is, once again, technology being able to put into use. You know, whether you are a apologist channel or a Dawa channel, who knows who may need that.
We can tell where a person was, whose house did they go to. It really is making crime a lot harder, which is good.
Can you have a seat? Excuse me. Can you just have a seat? I know you were about to do apologetics or a Dawa, but can you have a seat? My name is Chris Hansen.
Exactly. I think like the pre-crime thing, I think that like the fear on that is that eventually the algorithms will get so good they probably are able to predict somebody who hasn't yet committed a crime. And the idea is, well, would it be moral then to, like, we have a 99.7% chance this guy is going to commit this crime. Do we have to actually wait until they do it, or can we stop them before they do it? And that's where the moral implication comes in. Do we just have to let them do it, then stop them afterwards? Anyway.
Sending love out there.
Clockwork Rex.
Clockwork Rex. I'm getting a little weird. Well, I will say that we can't help it with the two specifically very vocal in both directions for Christianity and Islam. Yeah. And the fact that...
You don't think so, Mark? I don't know.
But the fact that we get so much hate from the LGBTQ, they try to link all of that shit to us. And yet it was the liberals that have defended children basically since the Enlightenment. Like before this, children were used as like a currency to try and make political deals and then to work in the fields. Oh, you're 6 years old, have a shovel. And so it was us that actually, I hate to say saved, because I guess not like saved in the Christian sense. I mean like in the secular legal sense. Because, yeah.
Maybe they should be going to school, not out there working in the mines.
Exactly. Find a real education on the streets.
And you can find pictures of little kids working in mines in 100 years ago.
And let me tell you, let me put an asterisk on here. I'm not like trying to take pot shots. You actually can, I don't know, learn an education on the streets or the education of Hard Knocks or whatever. You don't have to have a degree to be smart or wise or any of this shit. But it is nice that over the past 200 years, we have actually slowly but surely given children an education, actually lifted people from poverty. Actually, the fact that, 16 and pregnant is a reality TV show and hopefully not a documentary, though.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother thing. Yes, but that's also why we should have sex ed. Like, once again, that is for basically the unprepared gym teacher to do, which is how it always happens. And also, I don't know why, but all gym teachers tend to be fat. I feel like 75% of gym teachers tend to be fat. But if you don't teach kids sex education, then they end up being dumb. And then they end up being pregnant and making society worse. So I don't want children to.
Oh, come on, Ralph! You don't even believe that shit.
Whatever I said. But yes,
They're not doing one thing to build that temple.
To fill that temple. But yes, going back
it will
to.
Never be built, Ralph.
You're
dreaming.
The Jewish people.
You're dreaming, Ralph. That's a sick fantasy that you've got there. But
the Abrahamic religions are known for working with each other so well, too. So I wish you a lot of luck with that project.
Oh, there's a couple people out there making the vestures, but it's got no track. It's never going to happen.
I got someone triggered the other day because I think, from what I've seen, Judeo-Christian tends to be more pushed by Christians than the other way around. It always seems like there's backwards compatibility in that the Christians want to hang on to the Jews, the Muslims want to hang on to the Christians and the Muslims, the Mormons want to hang on to the Christians, the Muslims, and the Jews, but no one wants to, like the Jews don't want to hang on to the Christians don't want to hang on to the Mormons or the Muslims. No backwards compatibility.
Let me ask you this, Ralph. Can you imagine like turning on TV and here we go to the Temple of Jerusalem where a rabbi just cut the head of a goat. He is spraying the blood,
or as we call it, science.
Spraying the blood around the altar, as it says in the Old Testament. Here's another rabbi ripping the head off a pigeon and sprinkling. Do you honestly think that's going to happen? No. They don't want to do any of that stuff, so they're never going to rebuild the thing, because as soon as they built it, they would then have to do all that shit.
And speaking of slicing goats, apparently,
Yeah.
and sending ourselves to
They
the
have
underworld.
no interest in doing the animal sacrifices, so why would they build the thing and then be obliged to do all that shit?
Much obliged. But we're jumping back into the Antichrist is preparing for the mark of the beast, a light subject, as we're having
Very
fun
light.
tonight.
5 billion USD in 2025. All this leads some people to conclude that this is one of the methods the Antichrist will monitor the world and even introduce the mark. More so, when we contrast the passages that speak of the mark of the beast with passages like Revelation 7 and 14, we will think of the mark of the beast as a sign of association with something
Revelation.
you already have a strong belief in. In Revelation 7,
Or as the Bible calls it, this time shit gets crazy.
and Revelation 14:1, the mark of the Lamb is discussed. In those passages, we find out that the seal was only used to mark those that have identified themselves with God. So, in the same manner, we can think of the mark of the beast as the seal of the beast on those who have already pledged their allegiance to Satan. Although the
We
issue of
pledge our allegiance to Satan. Hail Satan.
Sign us up. Come on, Ralph.
I get some Christians who get and Muslims who get really triggered when I give horns, because the devil horns. They're like, "Oh, would you just give that often? Is that a normal thing that you do?" That's right, baby.
Only on days that end in Y.
Amy Newman holds the seed of God's word. Her resistance is futile. Yahweh, you will assimilate. I ended up doing a fucking thing from Doctor Who for Borg, but ended up doing a dialect Borg hybrid there. But it works.
not being able to buy or sell will compel certain people to accept the mark of the beast. However, a greater number of people, such that have associated with the beast, will accept the mark even
Also,
without any...
I just want to appreciate that they have like at least a good 20 minutes of like facial recognition stock footage. And oh my goodness, sending so much love. I'm not sure if God does, but I'll tell you what.
Oh, wow, Ralph.
Ralph
you really
does.
outdid yourself that
sending
time.
so much. And he's even being spicy. He is sending 6660. God loves your channel as it plays a part in the future.
Well, the only better if he was able to get it switched to shekels. Although I'll take the euros. I think they're worth more.
Exactly. Well, like I said, we appreciate all the support. James was just pointing out that Soros pays us in shekels because it is the only human currency that the Galactic Federation has. But we love you. Thank you so very much, House of Comments. She's about to jump on there again. Wouldn't you love a wonderful seat? Wonderful. It's like it's moving. I want a moving seat. Oh, she's sold? She's not sold. She is not sold at all. Hey. Want food, baby girl? You want out? Oh, we appreciate all cats, dogs, does not matter. We love everybody. And we really love Ralph. Resistance is futile. And everyone who sends us love, thank you so very much. We really do enjoy your support. Atheist or theist. Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Ralph. That's right. Hail Satan. Well, I always say Hail Satin because 50% softer. However, I feel like Satan is the name brand, and so I can't help but love a little bit of Hail Satan. But sending love to all of you out there. We are diving back in. The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast. She's about to get it. I can feel it. And keep on tagging us out there with your comments, questions, and super chats. Mwahaha.
enforcement as a seal of their loyalty to the beast. Currently, we have no idea what the mark of the beast will look like.
I love that. Do you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? No idea. They're going to do a 50-minute video on it, but like they consistently in this video, if they're playing poker, would be hedging their bets.
Theories about it are only speculative. Recently, certain people believe the mark of the beast is a stamp of the number 666 on the foreheads or right hands of people. Meanwhile, there were others who think of the mark of the beast as a barcode. Currently, the most popularized theory is that the mark of the beast will be an implanted microchip that allows people to make legal digital transactions. But the truth
that was
is,
an implant.
we have no way of knowing what form the mark of the beast will take. We don't know yet.
But we do know that Da Freak is amazing. Thank you so very much. Tithe me a Sleeping Giant song. Woohoo! Go check that out, everyone, and tithe me, baby. We appreciate the support, and like we said, we appreciate all of our atheist and theist brothers and sisters in the Skeptic and Ranting community.
The theists are the ones stepping up tonight. Hey,
woo, yeah, thank you so very much for the support, and we appreciate you guys. I will keep on saying it, that sometimes, it depends on the channel. Sometimes on specific theist channels, you know, when you start to argue, it's like their viewership goes down. And yet I have noticed consistently, agnostics, atheists, skeptics, whatever you want to call it, when theists are actually allowed to speak their mind and are not interrupted, but, you know, the atheists are allowed to respond, of course.
Within reason, yeah.
Within reason, the viewership just goes up and up. And so we are addicted to... bad 80. We're addicted to... to views that disagree with our own. So thank you so very much to Freak, sending that love right back. And we are jumping in. Jason says, why can't I see any of the... Well, I will say that the super chats, they all have a length. And so I do see House of Comments is going to be...
The $2 ones won't sit up there. The under 5 it'll show up bold, but it won't like be stickered up there.
But we love all support, no matter if you just give us $2, $50, or you can't afford anything at all. Honestly, if this podcast just helps your day go by faster, we are happy.
Appreciate the view.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I know what I want to do with my life. Not to just get too meta for a second. I really have to go back. I've had all these premises, but there is just something about making another person laugh that is the best thing in the world. Truly, truly, truly. It is deep in me. It is one of the deepest things I think about my personality. It's like an anchor. And it's great because it's like a social levity and a binding between people oftentimes that start off on the wrong foot. People who really don't dislike each other, that kind of eventually come together because we can have a good sense of humor. So sending love out there. But and we are going back into, speaking of comedy, the Antichrist is preparing for the mark of the beast. Say that 3 times fast.
She looks pretty concerned.
Here yet. When it arrives, the people who are on Earth at that time...
Now she's on fire.
What it is. Unfortunately, there are people who fear that they have already received the mark of the beast. Some people believe
fear
it is
that!
particular medicine. Also, some people also live in fear that they may have blasphemed God at some point or made some statement of allegiance or loyalty to
all
the
over the
Antichrist.
place.
There are also those who have been misguided that their act of worshiping the Lord on a particular day of the week instead of another particular day of the week equals accepting the mark of the beast. These and many more speculations.
Seventh-day
People create fear in themselves and live in a state.
You're talking about also my favorite, Captain Calendar. Oh, we kid. We love all apologetics on this challenge. Hey, specific, special, fantastic 666 Reign of the Demon from Sigma Any 666. Split the difference. Beast approved. Gonna go buy a New World Order, maybe Mind Control too. I don't know, maybe like New World Order and chill. Thank you so much, Sigma. Couldn't be more happy with your
support. Let's go
support.
get these devil tattoos.
Boom, 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 boom. Well, my niece will consistently make fun of me. I do have kind of like, what's holding me back, nothing holding me back, is that where I want my tattoo, my anti, tribal tattoo is right here. But I'm afraid it'll hold me back from jobs. But everyone has a lot of people have tattoos, right? And if someone's going to judge me for a tattoo, I shouldn't want that job anyway, right? I feel like.
Yeah.
Convincing myself.
Probably not. I don't know.
I want my anti-tribal tattoo, damn it. But it's always funny. This Mark of the Beast, there's no 666.
Wait till you get the job and you're happy, then you won't have to worry about it. Then they won't be able to live without you once they've got you on and they're used to you doing your thing. They won't.
Oh, it's a freak, but that's why I like it. I like that I would have pale skin, and then like I would just need a dark, because I think that's hot. I love the contrast. I would like just like what I would think would be sexy is if you have dark skin and you somehow got like a light colored tattoo. I love contrast. I think that's the graphic designer in me. But sending so much love, thank you, Sigma, and we just want to continue to say, Hail Satan 6666, and sending that love right back. As we are talking, the Antichrist is prepping for the Mark of the Beast. And, sometimes this really does trigger them. Like the actual we joke, and yet we kind of joke only because of how serial they actually take it. I mean, they're just making this up as they go. Love Michael Jackson. No, see, I couldn't do. Now, my niece, because my nephew doesn't, I don't think, have any. My niece makes fun of me because I've been saying that I've wanted this tattoo for years. And she's like, yeah, Aunt Amy, any day now. And she has a lot of tattoos. I think she has a sleeve already. But, what can I tell? And they tell me once I get a tattoo, you become addicted. You want more. That wasn't the way it was for piercings. I'm happy with my 2. And if it would have been 1 if I have a story behind really the nose ring. It was basically a dare that my friend wanted to get a nose ring. And so I said I'd get it with her. And then I think she ended up not getting it. And I did. I think in the long run, she ended up having a little stud. I'm trying to remember. But I got talked into it. Tattoo time, Aunt Amy. That's right. I do want it. I want it to be elegant. I want it. I don't think I want cursive. I want it to be easily read in a black, nicely shaped font. I just, it means a lot to me to specifically have the sentence that says, do not have tattoos on your body, because to me it is the perfect irony. It's my anti-tribal tattoo. It's tongue-in-cheek. It is basically Mel Brooks spitting on my arm. I kind of like it. It's very me. What can I say? Now we're going forward. Antichrist is preparing the Mark of the Beast. Before that, some people only get 1 or just a few tattoos without feeling compelled to get more. I'm one such person. I have just 1 tattoo. That's all I want. You decide for yourself. And that's what I think I want. I can't help, because I agree with a lot of people who say, you don't need to have a deep meaning to have a tattoo. But I think that it's an important one for me. Tattoos to me are only important while you're alive because the flesh melts. And so, yeah. Not to go also too sad. This is my first living attempt at saying this. But if we ever have a funeral of me, it better be a party. I will continue to say this throughout my life. If you better walk away from my funeral saying, holy shit, that was the most fun I've had in weeks. Standing by it, not to get people are like, I'm eating a sandwich. Don't go that sad. The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast.
Antichrist, yeah.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen.
To a lighter topic.
Well, I will say a lot of being a comedian is staring death in the face. And I mean it. Mean it. So sending love, but the Antichrist is preparing for the mark of the beast, and I am all wishing you a lovely old life with good health.
Of perpetual fear. I have to repeat this point. When the mark comes, the world will be warned about it. There will be no uncertainty regarding it. As a Christian, your focus shouldn't be on the technology, neither should you be obsessed with the thoughts of what the mark of the beast is. Your major concern should be your relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. If you are on the Lord's side, you will never have to face the great.
I swear, like if you were a Christian, this guy must sound like a skeptic. But really, they're just saying, you'll know it. I have no idea what it is, but you'll know it.
And the toughness of coping with an economic system where the mark of the beast is the only means of carrying out illegal transaction. In the fullness of time, the trumpet will sound, and all that believe in the Lord Jesus Christ on earth will be caught up from the earth.
She's like, do it all over. Rapture all over me, baby.
Thessalonians 4:16-17 says, For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord.
And they think this is actually going to happen. Ralph thinks this is going to happen.
Any day now. Can we set our calendar? We're doing it on a watch. We'll set. I'll make it sync. Okay, we're gonna set end of the world. Oh shit. I have Pilates that day. Anyway, we're moving forward from Lion of the Judah, the channel. Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast.
It is best for every believer to straighten their relationship with the Lord. The time is coming and is fast approaching when believers shall be harvested from this evil world by the Lord. So the question we should daily ask ourselves is, if the trumpet sounds now, will I make the rapture? If many of us are obsessed with serving the Lord with genuine holiness, the way that we are worried about the mark of the beast, our relationship with the Lord would have been very intimate. Hebrews 12:14 says, Follow peace with all men and holiness, without which no man shall see the Lord. The only way to see the Lord and live with him in eternity is to live a holy life.
On your knees?
The only way to see the Lord and live with him in eternity is to follow peace with all men. The scripture makes it clear that a man who does not live in peace and holiness cannot see the Lord. If you want to see the Lord at his arrival.
Well, what if by pieces and with men? What if I specifically found a hole and like you couldn't see out of either side, but like a mouth went on one and then something else went on the other, but I was still on my knees thinking about God. Would that work? I feel like that would work.
You must chase after peace and holiness. These requirements cannot be compromised or overlooked. Anyone who wants to see God must chase after these things. Each day they
run, Forrest.
This is what each and every believer must do whilst we wait for the return of our Lord Jesus. We keep our lives tidy in preparation for His coming by living in holiness. Those who possess these qualities are the only ones who will be able to host the King. Being at peace.
Host me, King. Host me.
With men. One of the things that proves to the world that we are children of God is a lifestyle of peace. In our relationship with fellow believers and unbelievers, we must maintain a life of peace.
The Antichrist.
Oh, funny enough, and there we go. Funny enough, you say, what the hell is the rest of this video about? Well, I'll tell you that much like the Bible, we could put right now as a pin mark when maybe I'm doing videos. This is a hashcobbled of a lot of different, I don't know, it's like their greatest hits or something.
Random quotes.
Are you describing the safe way to view a solar eclipse? Yes. You don't look up. Don't look up with your eyes. Not to get political again, but there's a PSA. Sending love!
Does not die. 4 things.
We're moving into, once again, this is now the second person of the composite. I stand by it. The last one is the sexiest. What they all think, the apologists think their voices.
People don't know. There are different things within the scriptures which are written about the Antichrist. For instance,
Are there now?
he will claim to be God and will demand to be worshipped. He will blaspheme God. He will display miraculous powers.
James, I was about to say, until the miraculous powers, I think we're the Antichrist.
They would say we're formed of him. We are little Antichrist with a little a, not big Antichrist with a big A. Yeah.
Okay.
Because there are many Antichrists.
Sure. So
who denies the Father
they're
and the Son,
more.
he is Antichrist. So we
They're equal, but a little bit more equal than the rest of us. Sure, they're the real Antichrist. Whatever.
These are some of the most known things about the Antichrist.
Okay, tell us.
We are going to look at 4 things that most people do not know about him. 1. The Antichrist and the false prophet don't die.
I love how they can just make up this shit. Like,
well,
Antichrist doesn't die.
Yeah, because they're cast live into hell at the end. So yeah, that's in the Bible.
You know, I like to think that the real Antichrist was the friends we made along the way. It's true. It's very true.
Hell and the lake of fire are not the same thing. They are 2 different
I thought that
places.
was The Witcher.
The Bible indicates that death and hell are the temporary destination of the unsaved dead. However,
Temporary?
the lake of fire is eternal. According to the Bible, the lake of fire is the second death. Now, what a lot of people don't know about the Antichrist and the false prophet
is that he likes long walks on the beach. He has read only one of the Twilight books, and he's kind of into wine collecting.
And you don't want to go to Starbucks with him. His order is like super crazy.
We have one mocha cappuccino with an extra protein stunt boosting shake for a 1. Satin. Yeah,
oh, hello, King Charles. It's you.
Who knew?
that they are the first 2 individuals that will be thrown into the lake of fire. Within the Bible, there is no record of the Antichrist or the false prophet being judged. The great white throne judgment occurs in Revelation.
Okay, that is like the start of every RPG game. Like, this is the dream sequence. Can we just agree?
Verses 11 through 15.
Makes
However,
sense.
the Antichrist and the false prophet are cast alive into the lake of fire.
Also, like, so much Dante's Inferno in here. Like, so unbiblical, but who cares? That's their battle, not ours.
That's just a stock footage.
Revelation chapter 19, verse 20.
Oh, I know.
Then
But,
the beast was
I
captured.
mean, a lot of the, I feel like, are modern inspired.
There are things that,
you're,
there are things that come from it that have
And with
seeped
him the
into
false
popular
prophet
culture.
worked signs in his presence, by which he deceived those who received the mark of the
I
beast
feel
and
deceived.
those who worshipped his image. These 2 were cast alive into the lake of fire, burning with brimstone. This should show you just how evil the Antichrist and the false prophet are. Every other sinner and unbeliever in human history will face judgment during the great white throne judgment in Revelation chapter 20, verses 11.
And actually, it's about to go off screen, so sending one more time to House of Comments for all of the love that you
so much,
sent
Rob.
us and all of the supporters for giving us super chats, all of our channel members, which you could become one if you just hit that big red button, or our Patreons, which is one of the other best ways to support us. And also just our viewers and our subscribers. Thank you for hanging out and having some fun as we're roasting religion. A lot of the theists having fun roasting us back. So we're having fun as I screech.
11 through 15. But these two beings will be cast straight into the lake of
How,
fire. Alive.
fairly sure this person just Googled Lord of the Rings footage, but that's okay.
The Bible explicitly tells us that they are cast into the lake of fire alive. The Antichrist does not die, but rather the beast and the false prophet receive special
Electrifying.
treatment. They are cast into the lake of fire before the great white throne of judgment holds court. The Antichrist will end in the lake of fire. He will not rule forever. He is just playing his part, just as the devil has ordered him. And when he is done...
Once again, she is just getting raptured all over her face and the place. Hopefully not with Mace.
And playing his part, he will end in the lake of fire where there is no end. Revelation chapter 19, verse 19. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their army.
Well, was
lightsabers
it
in the
Monster
background?
Rancher? Boom, boom, boom. It was dubstep.
Gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse.
Oh,
and
we have a
against his
Jedi. Okay. Or maybe
These
a
things
Sith.
about the characteristics of the Antichrist, or what the Antichrist will do, is not something we should just listen to.
Dun,
Not our
dun,
head like
dun.
we understand everything. This is a warning from God to us.
666 bow.
This is also to remind us that the time that the Antichrist will come is nearer than ever.
I like how this is an entire video when all this ends up being like is that you can order a quicker McDonald's meal. Like this is the giant fear. RFDIDs are gonna take over your brain. Yeah, or you like could just get like a number 8 with fries like a little bit faster and get them out of our way. Could be that. Could be one of those. Could be the end of the world. Or it could be,
End of the world with fries.
Exactly. No.
And we must be prepared. The Antichrist will not
I
come
am.
to
I feel
joke with
prepared.
anyone. He is coming to rule.
He's not coming to
deceive
joke,
people.
James.
He is coming to perform miracles and cause people to stumble. And even then, the elect will fall too.
It's also weird if Satan can perform miracles. Doesn't seem like there's that much of a difference. Or the Antichrist.
This is to warn you. This is to let you know that you need to stay focused and
been a
keep
naughty
looking
boy.
at Jesus.
Or girl.
2. He will have the power to perform miracles. If there is one way to get the attention of people in the world, it is through miracles.
Damn. I was going to say chocolate-covered pretzels, which are my favorite, but, I know, everyone has their cravings. Ice cream, cheesecake.
There is something that attracts humans to the supernatural. I mean, look at
Lack of education. I'm just kidding.
the most successful TV shows in the last decade.
So I love
2
this.
of the most successful TV
I'm trying to remember because I'm fairly sure he's like, look at 2 of the most famous supernatural TV shows, and I'm fairly sure none of them were supernatural. Hopefully, I was wrong because I was listening to this from afar at this point. But
TV series over the last 10 years.
What were you saying?
well, one of my favorite TV shows is the TV show Supernatural. It's literally called Supernatural.
Yeah.
It's about 2 stud muffins who have way too much Yahweh on the internet for their own good in fan art circles. It's about 2 gentlemen who go about killing and hunting things that are supernatural. It's pretty fantastic. That's right, baby. The Winchester brothers added I have to just ask, upside down, what did they do to you? Like, what did a rabbi do to you? I just don't get it. I love you. I love you. It's just...
with you.
We're going back in. Sent it so much. I see. You said saw that said a proctologist for some reason, so it would have been a proctologist, the legacy but sexy. But that says the poltergeist, legacy but sexy. James, listen. You know what's on my mind, okay?
Amy's
what can I tell you? Satan took him. No, Satan. But yes, it does sound a little gay, which is kind of hot. Speaking of Yowie, man, do you know what a demographic that actually loves gay male porn? Straight women and lesbians. Isn't that kind of interesting? I mean, I clearly love gay men myself, but I also love lesbians. And so to me, it's like you're always going into a buffet. And so you're just trying to get what you can on a plate. You want to get everything, and sometimes you go back for seconds. But, yeah. What are we talking about? It's getting hungry. Oh. But we're going back into it. We are talking the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast.
To do with the supernatural, Game of Thrones, and The Leftovers.
Damn it, I was right. Like, he brings up two things. He's like, there's two heavy supernatural shows that are very popular, and neither of them are the show Supernatural. I'm sorry, it kills me as a Supernatural fangirl. Continue.
Both are supernatural in nature. Human beings are...
Game of Thrones isn't even... I mean, it's high fantasy. Oh, James got taken. And, is it high fantasy or low fantasy? I'm trying to remember which one is the one that tries to be more realistic. Either way, it has dragons, but the whole shtick is more they're trying to be gritty and down to earth. Though I guess if you have dragons, I mean, that is fantasy.
Fascinated with the supernatural. People are willing to travel the globe in search of the supernatural. And the...
Though I will say, it does seem like in their world, it would be natural. In their world, it falls under the purview because a dragon needs to eat and kill and do all sorts of shit. It's a physical thing.
With the false prophet, with the power of miracles. The Antichrist...
Oh, I know. Let me tell you, we knew this was going to be the marathon.
Just to win people over.
Low fantasy.
The devil has real power.
Thank you.
However, his power is nowhere near the power of God. But nevertheless, he is a powerful being.
I always like that. They're always like, he's super strong, not as powerful as God, of course.
So yeah, you can never defeat God, but I mean... And they'll say that, like, he's super powerful, super intelligent, but yet he decided to take on and rebel against the one person, the one being in the universe that he has no chance of defeating. Makes a lot of sense, right?
I'll agree with you there, DeFreak. Human sexuality can be weird. Though, a continued PSA, if you are a legal, consenting adult, have fun. Have at it. Do whatever the fuck you want. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Underestimated. After all, he is formally one of God's highest angels and has the power to deceive and to immolate animals.
It's high.
We see in the book of Exodus the devil energizing Pharaoh's magicians to perform miracles. Exodus chapter 7.
Doesn't say that in Exodus.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh shall...
That's because at the time they thought the Egyptian gods were real too. It's not about Satan in this thing. They thought They thought, oh, the Egyptians have their God, we've got our God, and looks like Yahweh is the better God. Now they're redefining that as Satan, but that's not apparent from the text.
Yeah, it kind of went from small g to big G through Judaism.
Yep.
Speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you. Then thou shalt say unto Aaron, take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent.
Pharaoh jumped all over it.
And Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers. Now the magicians of Egypt, they also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents.
Yeah, where are you reading Satan in any of that? I don't know.
Like I said, I'm just always excited when they're talking about men using rods and, using magic. It's always a good time.
But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods.
Oh my.
Even in this story in Exodus, God demonstrated his power over Satan. The Antichrist and the false prophet will have the power to do all different kinds of miracles, and people will believe him and follow him. Many people will follow him and will forget God.
Well, because God's giving them the power to do this shit so that they can make people forget, so that they can deceive people.
I also feel like he's just jelly. If God is getting more Twitch followers, I feel like God just isn't putting in the legwork to be active in his community.
Yeah.
13 and 14. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of these miracles, which he had the power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword, and did live. 3. The Antichrist will be wounded to death, but he will be healed.
Wait.
We go to the...
I'm sorry. Do you know what wounded to death means? Because if it's just wounded to not death, it's just wounded. Maybe I'm playing a semantic game, but...
Yeah. No, they're kind of vague about it. So he's either going to be killed and resurrected like Jesus was, or he's going to be nearly killed. Like a lot like they said, Antichrist. Also, when Pope John Paul II, his assassination attempt, they said, oh, maybe he's the Antichrist. Yeah. Because they were both shot critically. Either one of them could have died, but they both made it.
What is up, beautiful?
Revelation of John that tells us about the beast from the sea and another one from the land. We see that the beast from the sea had an injury in the head. Revelation chapter 13, verse 3. And I saw one of his heads as it was wounded to death, and his deadly wound was...
I thought it was just peeking out a little bit, but that's fine, because in the morning you get like a little bit of testosterone.
And all the world wondered after the beast. 4.
Master.
The Antichrist will be an instead of Christ, rather than opposite. 1 John chapter 2, verse 18. Little children, it is the last time, and as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now are there many Antichrists.
Many Antichrists. You know what? This is bullshit. You get all worked up, you become Highlander, and all of a sudden, now there's many Highlanders? It's not really fair, okay? I am the Antichrist. Many Antichrists. Lesser Antichrists. This is bullshit. Better be getting health insurance with this.
we know that it is the last time. The Bible tells us that he, the Antichrist, will come in the last days to do many things. We ask many questions about who this Antichrist is. We are curious.
I want it half dozen. No, it doesn't. No, 2 dozen Antichrists. There can only be some.
And we want to know if this Antichrist is in the world already. There is no way to know for sure if he is here already, but we do know.
I want you to know. Do you notice what's going on? Like, I hope you... I hate to, like, give a complete spoiler, but by the end of this movie, or show, production, whatever you want to call it, if you would like to know more about the Antichrist or the Mark of the Beast, you're watching the wrong podcast. It could be this, is it? Well, did you know it could be this? Is it this? Fuck if I know.
That his spirit is already here, because the Bible tells us in 1 John chapter 4, verse 3, and every spirit that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is to come in the flesh is not of God. And this is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already.
Ooh, what are we doing? We're talking about coming? I'm sorry, I got excited for a second. But that's right. If you just joined us or are actually took a nap, painted a house, ate a sandwich, and came back, we are talking about the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast. And if you want to know what that mark of the beast is, well, you heard it here and you heard it first. The answer is...
Is it in the world? There are a lot of misconceptions surrounding the being that will be called the Antichrist in the book of Revelation. To clear up some of these misconceptions, we need to start with his name.
I love the flowing hair
Antichrist.
Stock footage.
The word Antichrist means principally against Christ, or secondarily, it means instead of Christ. That is, a substitute. The majority of...
Oh my goodness. All right, they're out of Christ. Well, you have like a Christ substitute. Never gonna taste the same, but whatever. We'll take it home. I'll take a half pound. That's fine.
People focus on the meaning of the opposite Jesus, rather than the meaning...
Oh no, the opposite Jesus. Not only that, but both Jesus and opposite Jesus, they stand like this as they're about to get ready to fight. The only difference is one has a beard and one doesn't.
Because of this, people envision the Antichrist to be the opposite of Christ. Jesus appeared as a lovely, compassionate, good Christ. Therefore, everyone thinks the Antichrist will appear as a supremely evil person. They think that is...
It's true. We need to release to Christ 0, double the saving, none of the shame. That is sending love to the preacher out there. That is what I hear every time that he tries to sell his version of sinning. It's like, sin no more. Sin as much as you want, as long as you don't call it sinning. It would just be like taking an ice cream and just labeling it like definitely has no fat and just being like, I don't even know why anyone even tries a diet. This is fantastic. Now, once again, we don't believe in Jesus or sinning, and so that really doesn't apply to us, but it is a funny concept.
Much as Jesus went around doing good, healing the sick, raising the dead.
I also like this concept because he starts talking like almost like an anti-hero Antichrist, which is like, okay, like, is this an Antichrist that fights crime? Like, it gets very weird. And he doesn't even say yes.
Feeding the 5,000,
or
shepherding the lost. They think the Antichrist will go around doing the opposite. But he won't, at first.
At first.
People who envision the Antichrist to be the opposite of Christ have the standpoint
They're
that
all wrong.
While Jesus' character and personality, while he was on this earth,
it's going to be a totally good guy.
The Antichrist.
He walks his dog, and he even picks up afterwards. He cuts his lawn. He even will help you start your car up if you left your light on. He's that kind of guy. He's that kind of Antichrist.
His character and personality will be unpleasant and disgusting. As much as Jesus spoke only truth,
where are they coming up with this shit? This is what I mean by it's just a bunch of guys just saying whatever they want.
Will speak only lies. However, this emphasizes the idea
won't be
of
lying.
the opposite Jesus too much. The Antichrist will be more of an instead of Jesus.
Instead of Jesus. A diet Jesus, as we were just going. Jason was saying. Exactly.
How the Antichrist will gain...
Boom, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, as I scream into your microphone. I'm sorry for your ears. But, like, again, I'm going to keep on reminding you that this video is like the Bible in that, yes, it is technically one video. However, it is more of an amalgamation. And so now we're on to, I guess, prophet number 3 here.
Power over the world. The Antichrist spirit is preparing the world and the church for his coming. What people commonly believe about the Antichrist is that he will simply appear and take over the world. He's not going to come into the world and overwhelm the world with his demonic charisma. The Bible tells us that his spirit is in the world, and his spirit is hard at work preparing the hearts of men for him.
Hard at work.
Preparing society and culture.
Not women, just men, huh?
For him. Look at these 2 verses. 1 John 4:3. And every spirit that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And this is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come. And even
once again, you can just feel that ominous music in the background.
Now already is it in the world. And even now already is it in the world. And even now already is it in the world. And 2 Thessalonians 2:7.
Also, this like really drove me crazy the first time I heard it. If you notice that he repeats things, you're not going crazy. It's like some like a guy trying to be like doing hypnotist for his first time. And now you were taken out of the way. Taken out of the way. And now I will jump upwards. Jump upwards. Is he saying the same thing over and over?
7. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Is already at work. Is already at work. But the one who now restrains it will continue until he is taken out of the way. It's already started. We'll see it yet. The 2 verses I have just read tell us that the spirit of the Antichrist is already...
That's a later night podcast. The late night podcast.
At work. Whilst the Christian world has been looking for the Antichrist himself to take center stage, Satan has been pouring out the spirit of the Antichrist to go out into the world and prepare the way for him. To create a society and culture that is ready to worship.
Yes, that's us.
Him. I've said this once, and I believe it is worth saying again. I believe one of the biggest supporters of the Antichrist will be the Christian church, which is spoken of in 1 Timothy 4, verses 1
Boom! Evolution, ladies and gentlemen. These love taking pot shots at each other more than they hate us, which is kind of funny. I have no other way to say that.
Hard to imagine, but yeah.
Did you know that it might have, when the Matrix gets something wrong, there's a glitch in the Matrix?
2. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. This is the church that will welcome him and support him, and will endorse him when he comes. Because this type of church is not a part of the body of Jesus Christ, but is a part of the body of the Antichrist.
That guy looks like someone.
Christ. Have you not seen how churches are cropping up teaching things completely contrary to the Word of God? Completely and utterly against the Word of God. These churches are not birthed by the Holy Spirit. They are birthed by the spirit of the Antichrist. I could go as far as saying that the spirit of the Antichrist is going across the world planting churches. The Antichrist wants to integrate himself fully into the...
Hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Not only is the Antichrist kind of a stand-up guy, kind of like the guy you want as your next-door neighbor, but he's raising churches. So, whew, Who knows who he is?
World system.
Or she.
Especially the church.
Or
By
they.
the time he comes, people
Or
will
they.
be ready. By the time he is revealed, people's hearts would have received him. He won't be an alien to the world. He will be a part of the culture. He will be a part of the very fabric of society. A lot of believers of these days think the Antichrist will just come and overpower the world, but no. His spirit will prepare the world and the church to accept him when he comes.
Kinky.
Now, in this sermon,
But I at least hope he asked, did he get her or him off first, her partner? Except this guy's church is totally legit. Exactly. Mark, you need to understand the reason why they have it right is there's a special. And see, once you have a special church, I mean, then it's just, it's butter right from there. It's totally legit. But everyone else is faking. Everyone else is fake.
Margarine.
Exactly.
we're going to focus on how the spirit of the Antichrist is going to prepare the way for the Antichrist in the church. The technique of the Antichrist. The first method is through false prophets.
Come on, LSD.
Matthew 24, verses 4 through 5 says, And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Matthew 24:11, And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. Jesus told you and I to be aware of false prophets. Not everyone who stands up on a pulpit is a follower of Christ. Not everyone who has a large following is a follower of Christ.
Not everyone who makes a YouTube video is a follower of Christ. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to put some syrup on my pancakes as a Scotsman. Do you mind if I put some I say pancakes on my syrup?
Oh, this is
that is basically what ends up happening. But yeah, exactly. They're a true Scotsman. Oh, I forgot.
Be careful who you listen to. Don't just allow anyone to preach to you. Don't open up your ears to everyone.
Don't let
me
anybody.
put my point across to you. What is the spirit
Once
behind
again,
false prophets?
you need to have all of these theists come together. And see, there you go. I will say, it's an age-old argument. You got to look at the trees. You got to look at those trees.
Prophets. When they are preaching to you, what spirit are they filled with? They are filled with the spirit of Antichrist. Now, my point is this.
The spirit
Imagine
of
time after time you are
Antichrist.
constantly listening to false prophets.
Oh, I thought you were going to say constipated, because I was going to say take more fiber. You'll be fine. Eat a healthier diet, maybe? I don't know.
Sponsored by the spirit of the Antichrist. The spirit of the Antichrist will slowly move you away from the right path. And this is happening to so many people. Jesus said, Many false prophets shall rise and shall deceive many. Ensure you are not a part of those that will be deceived.
Don't be
The
deceived.
second method. The spirit of the Antichrist will force himself into the hearts of many churches because many will have itching ears.
Oh,
2
God,
Timothy
it
4,
itches.
verses 3 through 4 says,
For
the time
feels good now.
will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. They will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to myths. We are in the days that people will chase after their desires shamelessly. Their ears are blocked to the truth, and their hearts repel conviction from that originating from God's word. They prefer to be taught lies. They want pastors who will tell them they have the liberty to sin. Rather than being taught the fundamentals of the Christian faith, they prefer to be taught 10 rules of success, freedom to sin, and all sorts. People want...
Yeah, the whole you want to just sin is kind of nonsense. They always apply this to the things that they dislike, but kind of can't stone us for anymore, like bisexuality.
want to hear things that make them feel good and appeal to their sensory desires. It doesn't matter if it's in accordance with God's word. What matters is how it makes them feel. The gospel message is not there for your self-esteem. The gospel message is not there for your self-glorification. The gospel message is not there for you to buy a Lamborghini. But the gospel message is there to deliver you from the...
Can tell which car has been on his wish list.
Power of sin. The gospel message is true. If Jesus Christ is alive, you can't live as though he is dead. If God has...
Jesus Christ. But he died. And not only did he die, but he didn't rise again. 72 hours of decomposition is not biologically possible. Now, what I often get from Christians is, oh, You're one to talk about biology? Yes. Yes, I am one that actually accepts that evolution is the cornerstone of modern biology, that genetics is the linchpin that proves or shows evidence for common descent. And so because of that, I know that women didn't come from a rib. It's like the little things. The little things. Now he's getting so angry.
Is spoken, you can't live as though he hadn't.
Well, and you know why they're getting so angry? Because originally they were just talking about hell and people burning, and that's kind of like a fun, lighter subject. But now we're talking about other Christians like following a verse slightly different. And so I feel like you really need to go all in. That's when you really need to show your wrath. Show those freaking other denominations.
If the Bible is true, you can't put yourself in a place where you don't read it or listen to it. If the gospel is so, you can't live like anybody who thinks it isn't so.
Okay, if it's true, but you are assuming it's true. But I get it. You're preaching, I would say, to the choir, but you may have a choir. Actually, this is an online church thing, so you probably don't.
Do you submit to Jesus Christ? Do you accept the message as true truth?
No.
Do you accept the message in such a way that you put your whole weight upon it for your acceptance and your standing with God? If the gospel message is about sin, as it is, then you can't love sin. If sin is so awful that God must condemn it, either in the sinner or...
I don't love sin because sinning is impossible. Sinning would be offending God. Do I love my partner who happens to be the same sex and gender as me? Yeah, they're pretty amazing. And I don't really care what a God says.
Or in his son, then you can't live loving sin. Any church that avoids the subject of sin or encourages a sinful lifestyle is energized by the very spirit of the Antichrist.
Once again, I swear, he's just Googling Lord of the Rings stock footage, which I can't hate. I love me some Lord of the Rings, but...
It is energized by the very man of sin spoken of in 2 Thessalonians 2:3. Dr. Martin Lloyd-Jones said, and I quote, "There is nothing that surprises me and astonishes me anymore about so many people within the church, about the way in which they dislike the doctrine of sin. And they say, why must you always be pressing sin? My friend, here is the answer.
Press it.
Sin is a problem as great as this, that it necessitated the action of the three persons in the Blessed Holy Trinity to deal with it. It is the only explanation. Sin is such a profound problem that it involves all that to deal with it. Sin is not a simple problem. It is not a light problem. No.
It's not a problem. Like, the joke is often, if you want to feel good about what's going on, turn off your TV station and just go outside. If you don't want to feel like it's the end of the world, close your Bible and just get some fresh air. It's all you need. You're going to be all right. You're going to make it.
No, sin is as profound a problem as this, that a council was held before time, that the Son had come into the world from eternity and had to go through the suffering of the cross to deal with sin.
Thank you for hanging out with us. Same with everybody that's been chilling with us. It is going to be, like I said, I think a marathon one, but we're having fun. We are watching the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast, a normal, light subject.
As God's children, we must always walk in discernment. By God's Spirit, we should censor our thoughts and desires. What are those things we long to
Thought crime said what?
hear? Why do we listen to the preachers we listen to? Is it because they strengthen our root in God, or because they make us feel good? Is it because they develop our relationship with God, or because they make us motivated?
Stockholm
To prepare the world for his imminent reign, the Antichrist has dispensed numerous false preachers into the world to satisfy the craving of many people. False prophets who don't speak of sin. False prophets who encourage the congregation to live and stay in their sin. The Antichrist is on a mission to saturate the world with his system as much as he can. If we, the saints, are not sensitive as we ought to be...
The fuck was that? Hold on, what was that? Hold on. What the fuck is going... What Jokerish fucking thing's going on
stay
here?
In their sin. The Antichrist is on a mission to saturate the world with his system as much as he can. If we, the
Man
saints...
just realized God's not real. I think that's what that stock footage was.
...are not sensitive as we ought to be, we will be blown away by the devil's deception. The final method the Antichrist spirit is using to prepare the church for it to accept him is through persecution. Mark 13, verses 9.
Yeah, there used to be these Christians that would burn lower cross T's on people's lawns. It was terrible. I think that was how they spread love. I think they were going door to door trying to spread the message of Jesus Christ. And so they would burn lowercase t's on people's lawns to try and invite them and remind them how loving Jesus Christ is. I think that it was something.
And 13 say, "You must be on your guard. You will be handed over to the local councils and flogged in the synagogues. On account of me, you will stand before governors and kings as witnesses to them. Everyone will hate you because of me.
Queen,
but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved." The world will change, and there will come a time where it won't be easy to be a Christian. Those of us who live in a first world country like America, Canada, or the United Kingdom, and a lot of other nations, it's been relatively easy for us to be Christian in these countries for centuries, in comparison to other countries.
Secular society.
There are countries where it will cost you your life for confessing Christ. But in this country we live in, we don't face that level of persecution. But the Bible tells us it won't be like that forever. In the last days, the world will be against the church and laws of God, and not everyone will be able to stand the persecution. We can see already the church today is being persecuted in many subtle ways. Can you not see it? The believer is now caught in the middle of two worlds. We are often tempted to let down our standards for the sake of acceptance, and that is the plan of the Antichrist spirit.
Well, I mean, you don't have to lower your standards for the glory hole, but to witness the glory, you do have to get on your knees.
He wants to lower the standards of the church from the word of God to the standard to the laws of this world. A man who will be friends with God will definitely be an enemy of the world. As John 15:19 says, "If you belonged to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. That is why the world hates you." If we give in to the pressure here, we'd share the same fate as unbelievers in the end. Our reward lies in enduring the persecution.
Do you hear that? Like, I love that. First of all, we do have apparently a tiniest violin going on, not only in the background, but metaphorically as they try and get us to QQ about them. But like, I love the pot shots at like Christian, and even you unbelievers. They really do hate each other more than they hate us. I shouldn't enjoy that, and yet I do. There's like a good evolutionary reason. It's why when we look at plants, they're like basically objects to us, because they're so removed from us evolutionarily that we just pay attention to more of the animals that tend to be our rivals. Nonetheless, it's just funny. That's why Sunni versus Shia, Protestant versus Catholic. But they always say the same thing. But not even the atheist will say that. Oh, I love it.
Persecution and rejection from the world. Therefore, let your focus be on the reward ahead and not the present pain. How do we prepare against this? As our Lord Jesus left the world, he promised us the gift of the Holy Spirit to guide us and help us walk through the world. The only way we can remain steadfast in these last days.
And they still fight about everything, so
it
didn't look like he delivered with that promise either, did he?
Yeah.
It will be impossible for us to fall for the scheme of the spirit of the Antichrist. As all activities on earth wrap up for the coming of the Antichrist, we must also stand firm and remain on the alert for the coming of our Lord. This is a constant.
Stand firm for the coming of the Lord Jesus. Yeah.
Come all over. I just want to notice that, you know, not hating, but it's just always to watch those wind machines get their workout. Woman, hair blowing in wind version 016.mov.
We have to maintain as we sojourn on earth. Even as we consciously put in the effort, we also put our trust in the one who has called us. He is faithful to uphold us. Jude confirms this in his epistle to the church.
Hey, Jude, confirm this in your church. Beamsy says, I'm sure we would feel different about plants if they tore off our genitals and stuck them out on display and smelled them. Yes, well, that's what I mean. I mean, we're just in two different evolutionary jungles. I'm trying to think because that's almost too. We in some ways are still up against plants and fungi and single-celled organisms. We can all be taken down by them, but yes, it's true. I mean, our animals tend to be what we're up against, and there's good evolutionary reasons. It's why Sunni and Shia act the way they do. It's why Protestant and Catholics act the way they do. It's just that a lot of them don't believe in evolution, so they just don't understand why they act with it.
Now to him who is able to keep you from stumbling and will present you blameless before the presence of his glory with great joy.
Glory
to he
all
only
over
wise
me.
God, our Savior.
All wise.
Jude 24 and 25.
It's a cute nose ring.
Thanks, Jude.
The emergence of the mark of the beast technology.
Ooh, okay, this still isn't him. I'm gonna step. Forgive. I'm gonna step away for 1 second as James just does overtalk. But this isn't. This is, I think, the second to the last guy. We are moving closer to James Earl Jones. Yes. Oh, James, you'll know it. It's silky. It has. You could push it into the realm of a villain or a hero, and it's what every creationist and apologist and pre-supper, I believe, thinks they sound like in their head. We're moving forward. The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast. But listen just a second while it's on pause, but we still give our commentary over at home.
Technology. We are living in an age of technological advancement like no other. The world we live in today is vastly different from the world 50 years ago. 5 decades ago, smartphones did not exist. The general public did not own a computer. There was no internet shopping, neither was there any social media. Is it undeniable that technology is becoming more and more a part of our everyday life? This has led to many theorists to come to the conclusion that with technology being so embedded in every part of our society, technology must be a part of the mark of the beast. Theorists argue that for Revelation 13 to come into fruition, the beast must be able to monitor individuals at a global scale, and the only way to do so is through technology. Revelation 13, 16 through to 18. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Theorists argue that technology will enable Revelation 13 to come into fruition in 2 ways. They believe that the mark of the beast itself will be a piece of technology, and that will be placed on the forehead or their right hand. They believe in order to enforce that all of humanity receive that mark, technology will be used to track and isolate those who do not have the mark. Now, we are going to look at these 2 points and see why some believe that the emergence of the mark of the beast technology has arrived. Firstly, it is important to note that we do not know yet exactly what the mark of the beast is and what the number 666 represents. For example, recent breakthroughs in medical implant chip and RFID technologies have increased interest in the mark of the beast, spoken of in Revelation chapter 13. Radio frequency identity, RFID, chips are tiny computer chips connected to miniature antennas that can be placed on or in physical objects. They are used in a wide variety of applications where contactless authentication is desired, including toll booths, transit passes, passports, and contactless entry keys. How exactly they work? A practical example is that imagine going to the grocery store, filling up your cart, and walking right out the door.
Okay. Said a lot. We are becoming a more technologically sophisticated society. That is true. Once again, though, putting ominous music over it does not make anything scary about it. Like, we have problems that are like automation is taking away jobs. That is a real fear because it is a benefit in the market, and it's hard to figure out how to counter that other than to say we need to invest in jobs that are either more creative or less redundant, because those are the jobs that the computers have a much harder time of replicating. the funny thing is, they go back, keep on going. That's right, baby. Heavy metal. But we will find out if the Antichrist is among us.
No longer will you have to wait as someone rings up each item in your cart one at a time. Instead, these RFID tags will communicate with an electronic reader that will detect every item in the cart.
Once again, this is something that is not scary. RFIDs are every day. They are going to be in increasingly a lot of things. They're used to if you've ever had, those things you in like a Walgreens or a CVS, the thing that they kind of lock either a deodorant or the baby food or whatever, that most likely is an RFID, and that is going off. There's a few different ways to do it, but that's one of the uses, is to tag expensive things, and so when someone's stealing it.
Cart and ring each item up almost instantly. Other examples of technological advancement.
Once again, another great application. Right now, when my partner and I go to Sam's Club, all we got to do is take our phone and scan each item. We put everything in our cart. We scan each item. It automatically subtracts the money from our bank account. We don't have to wait in line, and we leave the store. That's not a bad thing. That is amazing. This is not things we should be scared of. AirTags, fantastic thing that I love. AirTags use RFID so that you can figure out where whatever item you have tagged. They have about a year or more, 2 year battery life.
Yeah.
And they're fantastic for just finding things that you lose in every day. Your car keys. Way better if you want to compare me praying for my keys and it being air tagged. I feel like I know which one I am going with. Whoa.
But the thing is that they can fear longer, they can whine and be afraid of these things, but they're going to happen regardless of their whining and moaning, just as it has in the past, and they'll adapt to it and they'll get used to it and they'll just keep kicking the can. Okay, it wasn't the RFID. That's not the market. It'll be whatever new technology is at the time. That'll be the one that's Christians were afraid of barcodes. That they thought that was the barcode. That's the mark of the beast, because that was a technological innovation at the time. But now nobody's afraid of barcodes anymore. So now it's the RFID.
Because by the time that your parents and grandparents are using the technology, it's over. It's too not cool anymore. And then by proxy, I think Satan can't get in. It's the same reason, once again, why rock and roll starts as being inspired by Satan and ends up selling you life insurance plans. Kind of a weird trajectory.
That is potentially being linked to the mark is neurological links between the human mind and computers. This technology consists of small
back to the Internet of Things. Remember that video?
Directly into the brain, allowing individuals to control computers with their mind. Although this technology is in its infancy.
Oh, yeah, controlling with the brain. Once again, Elon has actually been for everything you can criticize about him, he's been an early adapter of his own technology. Even then, it is not going to be supernatural. If you're going to have chips so that you can just go like this. What's that? That's right. Thanks for looking out, Satan. Such a nice guy. That's what we're learning.
To this as the potential avenue of what is spoken of in Revelation 13. The advancement in technology is proving that a time will come when
or
people
as
will
we call the crazy part of the Bible. Though, is there really a crazy mood?
not display any form of minted cash. Our society is gearing towards a cashless economic system, and it's becoming more obvious than ever that we can make financial transactions without the use of raw cash, although the mark of the beast is not yet in circulation as many people believe. However, we know that the levels of advancement in technology that our world is experiencing is nothing but staircases.
We are past the point of no return.
Leading
there
us into
is
such
no turning back now.
time when the
dun 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 spooky
mark will be the only medium of making legal financial transactions in the world. Well, people are entitled to hold their individual opinions on this matter. However, we can find the truth in this when we fall back to past records. In the past, huge amounts of money had to be moved from place to place in order to perform any financial transaction. With the advent of ATM machines, people moved from traveling with raw cash to traveling with their ATM cards. Currently, we are all aware that digital transactions are the order of the day. With your smartphone, you can link to your bank account and transfer funds on digital platforms in a matter of seconds. The inception of
I just want to I can't completely help myself, so I just want to just for a few seconds.
Of cashless payment is aimed at eliminating several business risks, such as theft of cash by employees, counterfeit money, robbery of cash, and the stress involved in cash movement, and the length of time required to count money and balance accounts. The
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm sorry for hurting your ears, and shout out to bensound.com, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the manipulation of music.
In a cashless society. However, a lot of Bible scholars believe that a cashless society is a necessity for Revelation 13 to come into fruition. As long as people are using cash, transactions can be completed in private and cannot be monitored by the Antichrist. But if all currency becomes electronic, then every transaction
I like how it's Satan isn't that good at technology. If we keep it money, if we keep it the gold standard, like he's been talking to a whole bunch of people that have been trying to convince him to go back to the gold standard. Other than that, I mean, Satan's going to get us.
Can be monitored by the Antichrist.
He buys gold from Alex Jones' website.
A cashless society is not necessary to fulfill the conditions of
James, I don't know if you know this, but Satan would like to talk to you about supplements. Do you have a second? No?
And you really should consider the Medicare supplement plan, because those out-of-pocket costs are really going to start to add up once you get into your 70s, and the standard Medicare just doesn't pay enough, especially that Part D, B, the hospital care. I mean,
and that's why I like to put my hands into Satan. I feel like, you can only cover so much, but eventually you just gotta give it to the guy who's been working so hard for us, Satan.
Nevertheless, it is very possible that a cashless society could be one of the avenues to usher in the control of the Antichrist. The truth is, we don't expressly know, but what we do know is that
I like this. Ladies and gentlemen, what if they've been saying the entire video? I almost didn't want to say it because it was it's a spoiler. I like to say to not watch this and not gain anything. But I think the not gaining any knowledge at all or any information, I feel like is the entire point of this podcast. Is we're going to watch just so much without saying a single thing. I don't know a single thing of value.
To nowhere. You are spinning your wheels, but you are getting precisely nowhere.
But once again, like, people watch this and like a documentary. Like, they sit there and, like, you can now, because of the way that you can buy different materials, you can be as good as the Nature Channel. And theists sit there and they go, oh my God, the wisdom. It's just pouring into me. I don't know. It kills me on the...
I think at some level, well, I think it's kind of carefully designed. We're kind of looking at this skeptically, but they're watching a video like this. They are just gobbling it up. They are just dipping their head in the
100%.
trough.
Can I tell you?
They actually will probably perceive that they're getting a lot more out of it than they actually are.
100%. I think if you are a Christian listening to this person sounds very skeptical. This person's just going over everything. They are going every idea that it could be.
Yeah, they're not making any kind of crazy claims. They're not saying, being dogmatic or proclaiming things. They're just presenting all the options, presenting all the information, just
in fact
getting it out
this
there.
Is like the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast, non-denominational. That should be the tag, either beginning or at the end, because this is just like the mark of the beast for any Christian. Who cares? Who knows what you are?
And you see that's the thing about, like, because I said praise. He posted like a couple weeks ago a meme on his channel saying that the church isn't, because we always say how there are fewer people going to church. No, it's not that. He says it's that they're moving from these like mainline denominations to more of the non-denominational sects. It's evolving. It's not dying out, which I don't think that's true, one. And two, it's the reason for that is that these more classic mainline sects actually have things that they stand for, things that they believe, articles of faith, tenets, things that they subscribe to. These non-denominational things, they basically don't care what you believe as long as you put your money in the plate. They don't care.
That's wrong.
You want to believe whatever you want to believe. Just drop your cash in the plate, and yeah, we'll tell you about Jesus, and you can go to heaven and all that. But
yeah, God loves you. Whatever. Put the fucking dollar in the plate.
Yeah, they want the woo, but they don't want to be told what they have to believe and what they don't have to believe, because it doesn't matter anymore. There was a time where it did matter, where they actually took this shit seriously. Now it's like, but same thing with this. This is like, it's made to be consumed by just a wide variety of people. Like you say, different sects, they could all, not find anything objectionable to it. It's made to generate click views and revenue and gain subscribers, because hey, it gives the appearance that it's adding something to your knowledge. It really isn't. They're really not saying
a lot
much of anything at all.
Nothing.
Mark of the Antichrist is a declaration of worship. It is a permanent sign of allegiance to the Antichrist. Worship is at the central core of the battle between good and evil. Worship is at the core of it. The issues surrounding the mark of the Antichrist started long before you and I were created. It started long before Adam and Eve.
Yeah, I mean, like, this guy clearly has the right idea, because this guy's, look at that, this guy's kind of terrified. He's probably
one guy's worshiping him.
Yeah. Now I can't tell if this guy, I feel like he's already down for the count, so I can't feel like he's gonna last that long, and this guy's gonna be pushed over easy.
I mean, does this look like remotely realistic? Can you imagine like anything like this ever happening? Like, here's this guy's image and he's got 666.
I feel like I've played think I played
Don't pay attention to
Cyberpunk
that Bibble. This is
RPGs
totally
where
not
they've happened. But besides
this is
that,
totally
no.
not the Antichrist. This is totally not Satan. No. It's just a guy with 666 on his head. Now, bow down and worship him. No, don't be silly. This is not like the Book of Revelation. No, come on. I mean, that's the thing. Who would it fool? Because everybody even people who are believers, even people who don't really know they all know the mythos. They all know the 666 and the Antichrist. They all know about all that. It would be like obvious.
You would think so, but it's got to be really subtle. He doesn't want to be like passive aggressive about
I'm not
it.
gonna put like 666 right on his forehead. And
I
say,
know, yeah.
Me,
wouldn't want to be on the nose about it.
I'm totally not Satan. No, not me. Just drop to your knees and worship me.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is your average day at Wendy's. I don't know what you're talking about. This is completely normal. This is the manager.
Yeah,
everything's fine.
You're going to walk into Wendy's and Amy's going to order her Baconator combo with extra bacon, and they're going to tell her that'll be like $27. She's like, okay.
Yeah.
And then she go walk up to the line, and then they're going to say, okay, all right, before we give you your food, you're going to have to worship this guy for a minute. Okay,
yeah.
Drop
to
your knees.
I was going to say we also have a scene of them running out of bacon, and that would also explain everything that's going on here. But yes.
You would not want to be the Wendy's that runs out of bacon with Amy
wouldn't want to
standing
be.
in line.
But we're moving, I think, to the end. This is the end game now, and the Antichrist is preparing for the mark of the beast. I feel like we've learned so much.
You're a special guest speaker.
Oh my.
Satan, at his very core, is a usurper. He wanted to usurp the worship God rightly deserves for himself. And the mark of the Antichrist is the point in human history where he will finally get his wish of being worshipped. Short-lived as it may be, he will be worshipped by the world with this.
James, it's terrible to worship people. You should never worship people. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Mark. The issue of idolatry is something God does not play games with.
Oh, except for
God
him.
does not
Okay.
play games when it comes to his worship.
Does not play
Isaiah
games.
42:8. I am
He
the Lord.
wants all the worship.
That is my name, and my glory I will not give to another, nor my praise to carved images. Idolatry is anything that takes the place of God in your life.
Idolatry would be like making any type of images. I also want to bring you attention to this composite with lots of music and videos and basically taking God's name everywhere. Anyway.
Job could be your idol. You yourself could be your idol. Your pastor can be your idol. What are you exalting in the place of God?
This woman's about to sell
God. That is idolatry. People.
Wow. Okay. So here we have the making of a Pink Floyd concert.
Worship him as God. That is idolatry. Anything that
the end of a Saw movie
takes the place of God in a person's life is idolatry. And at the core, the mark of the Antichrist.
The end of a season of Walking Dead. Wow, we're just really going for like all of them towards the end now.
Is not to do with
is that Nick Cage from
It's not to do with anything outside of worship. Revelation 14:9-10 says, "And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice,
Angels.
If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead
Night
or
or
in his
day
hand,
ran
the
off.
same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of its indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone.
Ooh,
in the
but we're
presence
getting some lamb. We're getting lamb chop by the end of this.
of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. Worship is at its core. Now, another reason why people believe
Dun dun dun. Orwell nightmare. It really would be an Orwellian nightmare to have cameras everywhere, 24/7, 365, some type of big brother or father presence just watching us at all times. I could never imagine that. That would be horrible.
Believe that technology is at the core of the rise of the Antichrist is through the increase of surveillance. Countries around the world.
I just like this because I'm pretty sure he does. I'm trying to remember if he even takes a definite now.
Have increased facial recognition surveillance, email, text, and phone monitoring, geolocation data from smartphones and vehicles, credit card data, and ad tracking information. Technological tools already are developed to track everyone in the world. Many countries are implementing a system of facial recognition and GPS locators to phones can record conversations.
That wasn't me. That was that for whatever reason that randomly cuts out.
Even when the phones are turned off. This has led to more and more people to believe that the Antichrist will use
different hypothesis.
The
that was Satan. Yeah, the Antichrist, exactly.
Technology to coerce his mark on the world. Although the Bible does not go into detail as to how the Antichrist will operate and take center stage of the world, we can see.
Of course, it doesn't go into detail.
Why would it go into that? That would be silly. Who would make an entire topic about that and like even frame it like the Bible does?
If the Bible went into detail about it, then you could falsify it. Okay. So that's why we stay very vague and use very flowery, very open to interpretation languages, and there you go. You can never falsify it because it can mean anything, or it can mean nothing, or it can mean exactly what it says, or the exact opposite. It can mean both. It can mean both at different times. It can alternate meanings. There really is no limit to what you can play with.
Whatever your dreams may wonder, James.
We can truly see his spirit preparing the heart of mankind for his arrival. Ultimately, in the heart of every person, there is a Christ sitting at the throne of everyone. Either Jesus Christ or the Antichrist. There is no spiritual neutrality. There is no middle ground. I do believe that before the Great Tribulation, the rapture of the church will take place. And we are to be longing for the rapture to take place.
Yes.
Every day,
longing.
How joyous is it that the end of the world is happening? Speaking of not that, what's up, Brian Stevens?
Morning, Brian.
And sending love, yes. I think James is having some internet problems, but or should I say? Can I ask? Is it raining there?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. Okay, so you did survive. James did survive. I was hoping for the you and the Miami Dolphins.
This day got beat up, but
that kind of sucks. Sending love, everyone out there.
You and I are to wake up with an expectation, a longing, a desire that this could be the day.
For Jesus.
This could be the day when we are to see the Lord. 1 Thessalonians 4.
I see you, 17. Lord. Also, I rarely get theists who will tell me that they have spoken or seen God physically. It's always, in their heart.
For the Lord himself will come down from heaven with a loud command, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trumpet call of God. And the dead in Christ will rise first. After that, we who are still alive and left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so we will be with the Lord forever.
Dinner.
Everything is ready for the
Here we go.
You instantly knew. Come on.
Yeah.
We all instantly knew, right? The silky smooth.
Get ready, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on to your balls.
This is that's right. This is the last one of our The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast. New phone. Who this? This one is who. This is the voice I believe that Darth Dawkins thinks that he's speaking in. This is what the apologist precepts all think that they're speaking in. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're rolling into our last one on the Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast, and we're learning so much. I don't know why Why flip
Absolutely.
the channel when so much wisdom? I actually just want to thank everyone. It's been a fun marathon. We have been having fun. We want to thank you all out there, and we're rolling in.
Antichrist to be revealed. 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 6 to 8. Now, brethren, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our gathering together to him, we ask you not to be soon shaken in mind,
You
or
know,
troubled, either by
this is
spirit or by
Luke's
word
dad,
or
right?
by letter, as if from us,
Gotta be.
as though the day of Christ had come. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first.
I'm
And the
sorry,
man of
tell
sin
us to
is
be more
revealed,
about coming.
the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped.
Wow. Did you see that? We finally figured out who the true Antichrist is.
Who opposes and exalts himself above
K-pop. We knew it. We knew it all along.
all that is called God,
Writings
or
on the wall.
worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? And now you know
No,
what is
we don't.
restraining, that he may be
Yeah,
revealed
I'm
in his
sorry.
own time.
Can you remind us?
For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only
The
he who now
mystery
restrains
of
will do
lawlessness.
so until he is taken out of the way. We can conclude from these verses that presently it is the Holy Spirit that is withholding the forces of darkness from having their full operation on
I
earth.
feel it. I feel the
And
Holy
this is
Spirit.
because the children of God, the believers, are still
That
on
was
earth.
indigestion. I'm sorry.
However, very soon the rapture, the day of redemption, will take place, and the ministry of the Holy Spirit on earth will be completed. Ephesians 4, verse 30. And do not grieve the Holy Spirit of God, by whom you are sealed for the day of redemption. Since it is the Holy Spirit that is restraining that wicked,
Let me tell you, they're
getting their money's worth out of that image.
mileage. Exactly. This woman is getting mileage.
It's like we bought
being-
that image and we are going to use it.
Listen, do you know how many years we have signed a contract for Gilbert? I understand. A billion-year contract is a billion-year contract. But let me tell you, I think they're trying to beat us. I don't know. How many times per video?
revealed as soon as the rapture takes place and the saints in Christ are caught up. Then
I like
shall
that also they just throw her, like originally she had her own spot. But now I feel like they're just throwing her over stuff, like other footage that completely...
the Antichrist be revealed fully.
Oh, boop. Oh,
What
got
we
my
call
chip.
the operations
Yeah,
of
there it is in
darkness and
action.
demonic forces is nothing compared to what
Nothing.
the
Oh, Iron Man at the very end.
Antichrist will begin to do
Younger
at the set
Iron
time
Man.
he will be revealed. Brethren, everything for the Antichrist to be revealed is ready.
Ow,
Apostle
ow.
Paul
That
explained
hurts.
to the Thessalonian believers that one of the requirements for the Antichrist to be revealed is that the mystery of iniquity would first be at work in people. And, as at the time he wrote the letter, he stated clearly that the mystery of iniquity was already at work. If the mystery of iniquity was at work during the days of Paul, and it is one of the indicators that the Antichrist will soon be revealed,
Yeah, you would
we
think they would
should
have been able
know
to do something by now, but go figure.
Yes. Also, we have here stock footage. Man just figuring out life.mov.
thing needed for the Antichrist to be revealed is ready, because iniquity is growing exponentially over the years, and right now we are at the climax of sinful practices.
I'm telling you, this guy is like going to have us a fucking life insurance package by the end of this video. I am excited.
It is those who allowed themselves to be swept off by the various waves of sin being practiced in this generation that will become the victims of the Antichrist eventually. Right now, we all know that iniquity is trending high in this generation. Different societies are making laws that are against the commands of God, and people are glad to embrace and abide by them. Sin is being celebrated,
Like both. Ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you the wonders of bisexuality? It's being attracted to this person and this person at the same time. It just feels so good. Okay, we're moving forward.
Sin is being celebrated, and righteousness is castigated in our day. People who are righteous
Damn right.
are almost having to hide themselves, while the unrighteous are bold and proud of their iniquity. All the moral values that uphold the citizens of different nations of the world are gradually being discarded, and we are presently opting for a generation that confidently commits sin because it is accepted.
And plays too much PS5. No.
Then celebrate it. All these are pointers to the fact that the Antichrist is ready to be revealed. The end time is not a future, it is rather a process.
Guy contemplating life.mp4. Send in love, everyone that has actually been sticking with us. We are rolling into the end, and then I think we're going to have the shortest open mic ever. Basically, if you agree with us, you're going to have an intro where you can say what you want, and then if you disagree with us, then James and I will be on here for another 5 hours.
Right now, we are in the end time, but very soon there will be a graduation in the trend of events.
Yeah, how soon?
The rapture of the saints will proceed.
All I have to say is...
Very soon there will be a graduation in the trend of events. The rapture of the saints will precede the revealing of the Antichrist. Let's consider what Jesus said in Matthew 24, verse 23 and 24. Then if anyone says to you, "Look, here is the Christ," or "There," do not believe it.
Here,
for
there.
false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive.
Oh, yeah. That is. There's been 3 things about this that are good. They make a good video. Is that number 1, you need high quality sound. Is that people do not, they will listen or look at a 144p video if it has clear sound. The next is good stock footage, because clearly if you have good sound and then you get stock footage, now you're looking even better. And then you get music on top of that. If you pay for it, you don't have to have the rights for it or anything, or at least show the rights for it. And so you have this whole high quality thing. I never hate the player, only hate the game. And so like we were saying, that's also the problem with a lot of, we say that we're in the information age, and in a way that's true, but we are in the beginning of the information age. We have no idea how much we are on the baby end of that, because like it's the Wild West. We're at a point where you can make a sophisticated looking video and people will cite it. Like I've been cited YouTube videos consistently by flat earthers and creationists. Like when I asked for sources, it's what they always do. And so, and then they get angry when I don't accept it. Like they're like, why didn't you read the 16-hour documentary? Or why the it's like, I'll go through it, but that's not an actual source.
Go to veryscientific.com/cock-and-ball/very science. Yeah.
Which also is not a valid form or source. Once again, they criticize us when we asked for empirical peer-reviewed evidence, but
they peer review themselves. And,
exactly. I don't understand. We submitted it among our Flat Earth forum. Well, what's not to accept?
I mean, even the peer reviewer is Nathan Thompson. He said it was cool.
Exactly.
Your Flat Earth model drawn on the back of a bar napkin with a piece of gum stuck to it, but Nathan said it's okay. It's accurate.
All makes sense now.
the elect. Here, Jesus was talking about the events that will precede the revealing of the Antichrist and the great tribulation.
Rebel
He said that
Nazarene.
false Christs and false prophets will arise and they shall deceive many. This prophecy is being fulfilled right now. There are some people who perform lying signs and wonders to deceive people. Unfortunately.
But not this guy. This guy just recently got into meditation.
Believers are being swept off by this evil wind because they are not careful enough.
A Sith Lord? No.
1 John 2, verse 18 and 19 says, Little children, it is the last hour.
Stay away
Because
from
you have heard that the Antichrist is coming. Even now, many Antichrists have come.
Why are there many Antichrists? I guess so. James, we are just lower A Antichrist. It's all making sense now.
I mean, that way, anybody can come up, and they could, and you could say, oh well, they weren't the. Oh yeah, okay, they're not the but they are still Antichrist, right? So, it allows them to have a pass when they misidentify somebody. Like you could say, when Bill Clinton dies, you could say, oh well, he's dead, so obviously he's not the Antichrist. Oh yeah, okay, he wasn't the Antichrist, but he was an Antichrist because he still worked against God. So.
Exactly. You can keep on going as long as you have politicians,
never be
powerful people of power.
Yeah.
You're always going to have people that are going to be the Antichrist.
In 10 years from now, or whenever King Charles dies, we'll say, "Oh, oops, okay, I guess he wasn't the Antichrist after all, but he was still an Antichrist."
Listen, there's always got to be a bad guy. And it can't be God. He just drowns babies. He's the good guy.
By which we know that it is the last hour.
Evil babies. He drowns only the
evil. Well, yeah, exactly. We don't want to straw man them. But evil babies.
I mean, they were all evil, so I guess.
Of course.
I guess, yeah, I mean,
it's okay
to them all, but they all
get
were
rid
evil.
of their free will.
Of us. For if they had been of us, they would have continued with us. But
here you go. That's one of this is the verse where they say you guys are
that none of them were
not really atheists.
1 John 2, verse 18. Little children, it is the last hour. And as you have heard that the Antichrist is coming, even now many Antichrists have come, by which we know that it is the last hour. Apostle John explained that one of the signs of the end time is that Antichrists shall come. In his first use, John said, Antichrist shall come. And then he said again that there are already many Antichrists.
The woman looks very calm for rockets and nukes just falling, but okay.
This means that the many Antichrists will
now
be
we're doing, I didn't know if that was like a dubstep or a heavy metal concert.
Antichrist will be revealed. And right now, we already have enough Antichrists to bring
Super Bowl halftime show
to the scene.
Indeed.
Apostle John further talks about the Antichrist in John 4,
Michael Jackson,
saying, Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits, whether they are of God.
Oh,
because many
we always test them.
Have gone out into the world. By this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is of God.
Ooh, where'd he come?
And every spirit that does not confess that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is not of God.
Listen, he can come wherever he wants. He can come in my tits, so he can.
And this is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you have heard was coming, and is now already in the world. Here, John was speaking about the spirit with which the Antichrist will function when he is finally revealed.
Actually, hold on. Here we have stock anxiety or depression meds.mov.
John was speaking about the spirit with which the Antichrist will
function. Goddess. What is... And then we have a man staring straight into the universe and hell at the same time.
When he is finally revealed, and that spirit is already in the.
Once again, we have, I would say, a average night at the Newman household.
World. Any spirit that makes people to say that Christ
Any
did
given
not
day.
Any
or that he
given
died
day.
for our sins, such is the spirit of the Antichrist. It then means
Like
that the spirit of the Antichrist is already in operation in the world. That is the reason many people still argue that
on
Jesus
fire or
is not
something.
the Son of God. It is the spirit of the Antichrist that is at
it
work
now?
in them.
Oh my God. I have seen this person in concert, I think. Sang Evanescence. All right, cool. I love them. Here we go.
God is using this message to enlighten us.
You sure? I'm pretty sure this person looks like they're LARPing.
So that we might know that everything is ready for the Antichrist to be revealed. The only thing that remains for the Antichrist to come into operation
is $4.99 wings.
Is the rapture of the saints.
Oh,
and that
that's
can
it.
happen.
That was my second guess. That was.
We should all get ourselves prepared for the trumpet of the rapture, so that we will not become victims of
now, guys. Any day
he
now.
shall fully come into power.
Oh my goddess! What did you do to her, Jesus? What did you do? Bastard.
Matthew 24, verse 3 to 14. Now as he sat on the mount,
man contemplates why he has spent entire life working on real estate.mov.
of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, Tell us, when will these things be? And what will be the sign of your coming?
Ask your mother.
Oh, I don't know. I was going to say,
yeah.
You'll know. You'll definitely know. Trust my word for it. It's everywhere.
Of the end of the age. And Jesus answered and said to them,
Like, you want to go to Applebee's? Ask your mother.
Take heed that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, saying,
Come on. This is the guy you want to read an audiobook. I'm hating, but only in like the sexiest way possible.
I am the Christ.
We can get him to read our Bible study.
And you will hear.
Man taking first tab of acid.mp4.
Of wars and
I'm loving
rumors of
it though.
wars. See that you are not troubled.
We're gonna make a stock 1970s music video.
All these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
Well, I mean, drink water. Oh, we're going into Deepity land. This guy reads the end of a fortune cookie. Is this the Bible?
Nation will rise against nation,
and
kingdom against
very
kingdom, and there will be famine,
highly
pestilences,
predictive.
and
Thank
earthquakes
you,
in
Bible.
various places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will be offended, will betray one another, and will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many, and because lawlessness will abound.
Once again, we end on some like 1980s footage of your chemistry class, or I guess history class, being burned on fire. And then we have just good
the
old
love of many will grow cool.
Get your little toes deep in sand, and then we dig out into earth. What a beautiful way to end. The Antichrist is preparing for the mark of the beast.
But he who endures to the end shall be
James,
saved. And
hey,
this
can I
gospel
ask?
of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come.
That's really weird. James, I hate to ask after we watch that entire video together.
Yeah.
Do you know who the Antichrist is, or what the mark of the beast is going to look like?
Not a goddamn clue.
Not a goddamn
grows chance in hell.
clue.
the entire video could have been. It could have really been like 20 seconds long. But, okay, there's a bunch of this technology. Maybe some of it has something to do with it, or maybe not. Maybe it is. Maybe not. And
maybe it is.
The Antichrist. Maybe he's alive now. Maybe he's not. Maybe he will be at some point. Yeah. Thanks.
Internet church. But yes, we did actually just listen, like James said, to the Lion of Judah. But we are actually going to open it up for not that long. Our Skeptic and Rantings tend to have shorter open mics. Nonetheless, we can't help ourselves, and I want to cast the 5-hour line. So, if you agree, disagree, come one, come all. And I will say, if you agree, you're going to have like a 5-minute opener, and it's also going to be your closer. But if you disagree with us, we'll talk with you a little bit. But then, in all seriousness, we eventually do need to go to bed because it is going to be 7 a.m. That's right. But if you are out there, and specifically if you disagree with us, come join us. And if it gets to the 5-minute mark, and by 5 minutes, I mean 5-hour mark, then we're heading out. But it's been fun. This has been a great topic, James. I think you served up another great premise, and we had a lot of fun here.
Well, partially I saw this, and then I saw Donnie has a book out. Donnie Badinsky, SFT himself, has a book on the end times. Ken Hoven's always peddling his book about it. And a lot of the doctrines they preach on they don't really affect people's lives. They really don't interact with reality very, very much at all. This, on the other hand, actually does. They're actually trying to pull their God out of the Bible and manifest him into our reality. And it really doesn't work. But well, SFT, he's selling a product, and there are people that want to believe in this. There are people who are waiting for that rapture. There are people who can't wait. As Ralph said, the Christians in America are the ones pushing for them to build this temple, way more than the Jews are, because they really have no interest in it. The Christians are doing it so they can, so the end times can happen. They can be raptured because,
oh boy,
a lot of them never thought they were going to be around this long. And even though they will tell you that, like, oh, you shouldn't you should just plan your life out as if none of this is going to happen. But at the same time, when you do tell people and you accept this as articles of faith, you accept it as fact, are you really going to say it's not going to affect how you plan out your life, how you go about things? If you think, I mean, hey, we're only going to be around, another 10 to 15 years max before the rapture, it is going to affect how you live, how you look at, how your outlook on life.
I think when you remove the fear of death, that a lot of bad things can happen. Chances are,
absolutely,
you will just, it'll be benign, and it'll just be it'll be a comfort and a coping mechanism. But it could leak out into other things, and that is the fear that really, when you do not have, that's the fear of secular people, that when you do not have a fear of death, you do horrible things. I've been seeing it go around lately, the Voltaire quote, or where I think it is Voltaire, where if any, I'm paraphrasing, if they can get you to believe absurdities, they can make you commit atrocities.
I know I've mentioned it before, but I mean, you have to take anecdotal things with a grain of salt, but be that as it may, it still is real. The lady in Miami, Patricia Ripley, who is at some point going to be...
I do have to just interrupt you really quickly, and I have to say, going to Miami.
Yeah.
Yes, I got to make
This
a
is
late
not a
90s
fun-
joke.
This is not a fun trip to Miami.
I know, I'm
though.
sorry.
Yeah, no. Patricia Ripley, who is at some point going to be tried for her life for drowning her 9-year-old autistic son, and she claimed he was kidnapped. And then once her story fell apart to the police, and then they have her on video pushing him into a canal. Now, he was saved then because somebody else saw him in the canal. And then like an hour later, they were at another canal where where there was nobody there to save him. And she told the police that, he's in heaven now. So he's in a better place. I just, basically, I did him a favor because now he's in heaven. He was... because of his autism, he was not going to have a fulfilling life here. And I just sent him to a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, religion.
Whether now is that a motivation, or is that just a post hoc excuse, rationalization? Maybe both, but at the same time,
well, it's why they had to edit laws of suicide, because people were killing themselves to just quickly get into heaven. And then they're like, hey, it's a loophole. It's like when you double up on coupons and eventually the place is like, hey,
so
can't do a
loophole. The Catholic Church was really the only game in town for a long time, and they always, under Catholic theology, basically if you commit suicide, you're automatically damned to hell. The Protestants relaxed on that a little bit, and then the Catholics basically, it is still Catholic dogma, but they have put in so many loopholes into it now that basically it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Speaking of loopholes, you have 1 minute to join. If you disagree with us specifically, I would prefer, but you have 1 minute. And if not, we're just heading out. I do want to send a lot of love because it was still a fantastic stream in this 5 hours. We had basically 2 hours of us really cleaning house and talking about the subject ourselves before we broke into like another 2.5 hours on letting the opposition viewpoint have their say and way. However, I want to thank you guys out there for joining us. James, do you have anything else to say before we head out?
About the suicide.
Do you see daytime? Do you see daytime out there? Something loved him. I'm sorry, James. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, before Martin Luther, before he formally renounced the Catholic Church, that was one of the things that he got in trouble for was, I believe, a child, approximately like adolescent, 12, 13, 14, had committed suicide. And while he was a monk, and he permitted the child to be buried on holy ground, which was, you couldn't do that because suicide, he is damned to hell because that's a sin, and he couldn't confess that sin and have it forgiven. So he died with that sin on his soul. So therefore he's automatically in hell. And
sinning,
how you tell that to to these parents, of course, they would love to have a loot, but he gave it to them, and that is the more humane thing to do. That is the more reasonable position. Some people are, you can never really judge someone when they're in that type of mental anguish and whatever reasons that they have that it could be known only to them and understood only by them. It's always a tragedy, but to compound that tragedy by making the parents think that their child is left to escape the problems on Earth and is going to now be tortured forever is, pretty terrible thing. But religion, folks.
Religion. But on a lighter note, potatoes. Potatoes.
Potato.
Potato. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Once again, I hear a great philosopher once said that.
Or put bacon on them.
Oh, that does sound good. I would put bacon on almost anything. I'm trying to create the hard thing about some of the premises and the bits. You try and see the length. Like I have a just a single line premise, which is bacon is so good that pigs would like it, and like I do think that's funny, but it's just.
You could say bacon is so good that the pigs would gladly lay down their life so that we could partake of the goodness.
Well, I can imagine that they would also the debate then would be like, would they be cannibals? Are they really going to sit there munching bacon? Because they can play joysticks. They're smart creatures, and so. What I'm trying to say is
cannibalism happens throughout the animal kingdom. It's really a human taboo.
Well, and it's
I don't think they don't care.
It's not only that, but it's like, have you ever? It's just, I mean, it's bacon. Bacon. We're not talking about any type of thing here. We're talking about bacon. But yes, I hope you all had a fun time.
Some kosher turkey bacon, Amy.
Oh my God, turkey bacon, yo! And so my mom, she likes regular bacon, but she's been into she and my dad have been into turkey bacon because, well, first of all, my dad's a health nut because of the physical therapy shit,
right?
Which I'm very happy he does. But then they try and convince me once again, not because of it's kosher, but because mom has gone to influx back and forth of diets, and they're always like, it tastes exactly the same. So much the same.
It's all right, but it's not the same as bacon. That's what they said with that Impossible Whopper thing. Like, oh, it tastes just no. I mean, it's all right, but it's not that close.
Can I tell you what the best thing that would be for? I guess it's good if you can't eat meat or something like that. Or, eventually, I'm sure that's going to be, I think they're eventually going to make lab-grown meat. And that's going to be interesting because it's going to be actual meat. I don't know what it'll taste like, how good, but I feel like that's also the future.
Wait and see.
They're going to call that the Possible Burger.
The Possible
God
Burger?
damn it. The Possible Burger. It's very possible. It's made out of meat. We grew it in a lab. It's 100% possible.
Do you think they could genetically engineer a plant that would grow meat fruit?
I'm fairly sure that is what's in back of every McDonald's refrigerator.
Like,
fairly sure there's something
like
hanging there.
It's a fruit, but it's beef on the inside.
I'm telling you, we have to figure out lab-grown meat and then do that. Meat plant, exactly. That's an SCP. Is it an SCP? That sounds like an SCP.
Like the secret ingredient to the meat is people. Where the fuck is Wesley thinking about that? He is. It just warms my heart to know that he is out there terrorizing these Dawa channels. That.
Well, like I said, yeah, he can be their problem now with all the Muslim versus Christian stream. The Muslims want crazy Christians on their streams. That's like the entire point of a Dawa stream, is like basically to attack the Trinity, because that's the training wheels of theology. And so good luck attacking the Trinity, because we think that's silly also. But have you talked to Solomon? Because he's been talking to ants. It's kind of,
there's plenty of crazy things in Islam. Yeah.
They just don't talk about them.
All these religions have silly claims. They all do.
Indeed.
They just, and none of them recognize it in their own, but they can look at the other religion and recognize their stupidity. Like, Islam, that Trinity sticks out like a sore thumb, but Christians look at Islam and see all their stupidity wrapped up in their religion. Yeah.
Yep. We think that, what was the thing we were just saying on the community tab? Boo doo boo boo. We believe in just one less God than you do. You're almost there. But yes, I think that's with that.
And they hate that. They hate that thing, that one less God thing. That really pisses them off. Because,
almost there.
It's true. They can't argue with it, but it really ticks them off.
Really grinds their gears.
I might have a debate with Ken Hovind tonight. I don't know.
Ooh.
Maybe we should do it. Even if I don't, maybe we can do an after. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, thank you so much at the very end for the support, Ian.
Oh, woohoo! Ian Davenport sending a $5 super sticker with
we appreciate
beer
it.
going. Thank you so very much, Ian. I cannot send that love right back to you, and you have been a big supporter in the non-believer community and of this channel, and yeah, woo-hoo!
Other channels too. He's really support. He really supports.
I honestly cannot send
great channels.
More love to just the non-believer community, because we really stick by each other. Like I said, we don't have to argue over. We have different interpretations of not only the same book, but different chapters. They will schism. They will have whole wars over just this much. But sending so much in, love
you take it as the word of God, and your eternity hangs in the balance of how you interpret these passages. Yeah,
James, it's our salvation.
Right. I mean, people are going to go to hell, and that's why these to extend the stream. But that's why these. Mainline denominations have statements of faith. They took that shit seriously back then. This doctrine mattered. It was important what you believe. Now okay, just put your money in the plate and pass it down. Who cares? You believe whatever you want to believe. Just drop your cash,
cafeteria,
or blank checks or jewelry or deed to your whatever. Drop it in the collection plate and pass it on down.
But we appreciate you not supporting the invisible product, but instead content creation. So thank you so very much, Ian.
We are not invisible.
That's true. We are physical, material beings.
At least you know what you're getting. You know what you're getting.
Of myself as a material girl. Anyway,
among other things.
Among other
queen
things.
Extraordinaire.
Exactly, Tim. Well, and the worst part about these I keep up prosperity gospel people, is a lot of them prey upon the worst off among us, the people that are in the most desperate in need. And the way that it kind of works is that like $100 is very valuable for a poor person, whereas a billionaire, $10,000 may just be something they buy on a champagne bottle. And so it's very perspective. And so it kind of sucks that they hurt the worst among us, the people who need the most help.
Well, I mean, it comes down to a millionaire, billionaire are probably not going and spending $50 a week on lotto tickets, right? Because they already have, but they don't need to. They don't need to hit the lottery. They're already set. But somebody who's making $25,000, $30,000 a year might, because they actually would need to hit that home run. So yeah, they what they do is, hey, if you give money to us out of faith, then God will bless you. God will reward you. So, hey, you've got that $600 in the jar that you're going to use to pay your rent with. Well, I mean, slide that $600 over to me, and God will make sure that your rent gets paid some way, somehow, and God will give you even a little extra too. So
that's right.
Yeah.
It's a seed donation, which I never even knew was a thing. I'm glad that we do this just because only
don't you
do I
accept
hope
seed donations?
Oh, I do, but they're a different kind, and they tend to be free. I learn so much from these shows as well. I do. I think we do this not only to give the information out to others, exactly, but it's educational for us. So much. Our Bible study is, videos like these are, and just I never would have known about seeds. Exactly. Send your seed, and seed, I mean your mortgage. Exactly. That is exactly what these.
Hey. I mean,
now,
God
granted,
will take care of it. Don't you have faith in God? I mean,
now, granted, it's low-hanging fruit. They tend to be the guys that like all of the atheists and theists rally against. However, they tend to also be prevalent. They tend to also have high followings,
profitable,
and very
I mean,
and worth fighting.
These guys
against.
have money. Pat Robertson, Kenneth Copeland, Benny Hinn, Creflo Dollar. These guys got money, so it is having an impact. They are fleecing lots of because
is Matt
not selling. What's that?
Is Matt Dillahunty retiring? I'm not sure. I know he has a condition with his eye right now where he actually has to block off half of his eyesight so that it
did he have heart
is able
surgery,
to
like
see.
a little while back?
He did, though this is something new, I do believe. But he may, I'm not sure. Maybe he's just trying to deal with that. Matt would never retire. Tim saying never retire. I'm not sure. Maybe
he might take a step back, maybe, he's got to be in his mid to late 50s now.
Yeah, and the other thing, Jason Jacoby, that they play off of is like they get your money, and then when they get it, they don't. It's not like if they don't offer a return on it, then it's not like they're legally bound. Like, hey, I lost my mortgage. Where did God come through? Well, God works in mysterious ways. Those mysterious ways tend to be me getting in my bathtub behind me, or my jacuzzi.
With Iron Horse?
With Iron Horse. Yo. What's so sinister? I think it's so funny that he continues to be nice to me in person and then complain to me in the chats and text and all this shit. I'm going to keep on killing him with kindness. I don't really care.
You see me jousting with him in the comments section. I'm starting to piss him off. Oh, well, but as far as like the not getting your money back, well, they can always just say, well, the problem was actually that you didn't have enough faith. You didn't really think in your heart that God was going to make sure you got that money back. So therefore is your fault. If you really had faith that God would have given you $10,000 by now.
Would have put it right in that bank. Also, Porpoise, I want to say that I completely understand that you would have stayed up. But what I like to think is that you're serving a really, really good porpoise.
Hey, Doubting Thomas.
You have no idea how good that felt, just to say that and set that up. Anyway, even though it's like the dorkiest dad joke I've made tonight, I'm sending love, and thanks for all the fish.
There were dorkier ones. That's a good one.
Woo, what's up, Doubting Thomas? I feel bad. So, what's going to happen is we are going to open up for the after show, and like everyone in the Skeptic and Ranting community is invited. However, I think James and I are going to bed because it is about to be daytime. It is daytime. I think the fact that you can see light and cars.
Yeah, it's daytime.
Okie dokie. Oh, yeah.
It is daytime.
Gizmo's like, time to wake up. Yeah, doggo catto. Yeah. But all right, James. I'm trying to think anything else except for I'm going to talk with Mark Reid and Randolph Richardson about making a possible scam baiting show. That may take a little bit of pre-production. Yeah, something like it. I'm excited. I'm about to release a cut of a premiere of Skeptic on the Street to our channel members and Patreons, who you can once again become a part of. And then we'll release the full clip to our viewers and subscribers, to everybody, because that's going to be what we continue to do. We just got done our monthly AMA. Go check that out. But then we also have a Skeptic Bible study on the docket, as well as a lot more fun, including debates and all sorts. What is up, secular pagan moms? Sending love, street skeptics.
Oh, good morning, secular. Everybody's waking up and we're just getting ready to leave. Yeah, we've been
I know.
For a while.
I feel. But once again, that means that if you want to have some more fun, you're just going to have to head over to the Discord where we're having the Skeptic and Ranting. The last actual bit is I'm starting to talk with Math Pig about making rolls. And so I'm hoping that will eventually start to promote
for Thanksgiving.
Yes. More debates because you're going to be able to pick atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, moderate, naturalist, dualist. You're going to be able to pick all these different positions, like on the politics or the politics and religion server. Yes,
one of each of the 57 genders.
Yes, that triggers them.
Of course.
Mark Zuckerberg wants to wants to train them themselves. But yes, so I'm hoping that'll promote more debate. I also might want to have some few Discord debates and stuff that we'll be having, and I also will eventually be uploading, I think, some of the
Night Secular
streams. Woohoo! Night Secular, we're wrapping up. So night. We hope we get to tuck all of you in. We're going to be releasing some of the streams from Randolph and Taco's things. They're fantastic long streams, and we're just going to release them as premieres. I have thought about going live on them, but I've decided so far against them because I have not wanted to distract or pull from Randolph, T-Jump, and JL Warren, who are all three fantastic people. and I feel like we all share similar audiences, and what I'd much rather do is just stagger those. And if you'd like to see me live during them, you can, and I'm going to start uploading them as premieres on here. So if you don't want to see, if you don't care if it's live or not, you're still going to be able to see them.
So they
it's
can
a
get the live views. Okay.
Yes. So we are going to actually do. Yeah, I'd rather not be a fourth person. To be honest with you, I view this like a trench war, and like I am Team Skeptic. It's why I pay very attention. I feel bad sometimes, like, not always. You can not overlap. I don't want to overlap, so sometimes a non-believer and myself, we go at the same time slots. You can't help that. But I actually do try to adjust for that. And I want to keep on promoting people. So a lot of fun content is what I'm saying. And if you have any more, keep on tagging us. Woohoo! 10 p.m. here. Loving that primetime slot, baby. That's right. We're so late. We're early. Ha ha ha. I think that's about it. We are with that. I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. That's right. Oh my God! It's an RFID chip. No, ma'am. This is the grocery store. The Antichrist is preparing the mark of the beast, where tonight we watched a video from the channel Lion of Hey Jude. Yes. Called The Antichrist is Preparing the Mark of the Beast, for a good time worth getting marked for.
2,000 years. I think you could get shit done by now, but apparently not.
That is the funniest thing, is that each and every generation, like it's like Rick would always say, Morty's, you're bred for fucking forgiveness. How do you have every generation who thinks that this is the last generation and that Jesus is coming? Like, how could you not look behind you?
It never dawns on anybody that, they've been thinking that for, they in the first century thought they were the last.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
It was
like
yeah.
But it makes sense if you're the first dudes. Like, if you're the guys who wrote the Bible have an excuse. Everyone else doesn't. Everyone else is just a book set of things. Like, you could just look at that as like, welcome to the Diary of Paul. Like, oh my God, I had a vision of Jesus. He lifted. It was so great. Like, that's cool. Everything else, it's just a book set of thing. I'm sorry. It was a good fun. I had a lot of fun with all of you. But yes, I think Gizmo is like, I want to go smoke some catnip and have a cat nap. So I do want to thank you all and my co-host, James W., as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow if you're out there on Twitch, heyo, or subscribe if you're on YouTube. Woo-hoo. It really does help us reach a wider audience, and you also gain access to that bell icon, which when hit to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Woohoo! Or hey, does my voice sound really straight? Leave it, or
super straight.
Super. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks to you on the next episode. After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server will be opening up, the link of which is in the description below for the after show. along with our lovely, fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon and becoming a supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Z. But that's Gizmo. Bye. Good night, everyone.